Hello and a big welcome to all of you joining us for the ultimate knockdown of the Airthings Masters. Levon Aronian takes on Temur Rajabov. Levon has to win. He must win on demand to take the match into the playoffs as Temur Rajabov took the lead in set one. This is the final day of the Airthings Masters, and at the end of it, we will have our winner of the first major event of the Champions Chess Tour. And let's take a look at how set one went. We had four extremely fighting games. The first three ended in a draw, peaceful, calm result, but there was a lot of back and forth. A lot of conflict in these three games as well, but it was the fourth one that took our breath away and just really showed how strong and powerful Rajabov's play has been in the event so far. With the black pieces in the Berlin defense, Temur playing a line which is not very common. He moved his king to c8, and after that, Levon was not able to make the most of it. A very big fight followed in which Raja managed to win the final game of the day. These two players have so far, without a doubt, been the two best players of the event. We've seen their performance throughout this tour, starting from the preliminaries, their strong show in the quarterfinals, how they cruised through in the semis, and now here we are at the finals. Let's take a look at Rajabov's road to where we are today. And there we have it. In the preliminaries, he had a very solid performance with 10 draws and one win, no losses there, secured the fifth place, never in doubt of a qualification. In the quarterfinals, the match went down to the wire. It was only in the Armageddon that Raja managed to beat Jan Nepomniachtchi. What a thrilling quarterfinal that was. But throughout the whole match, the one thing that was clear was just how much in control Rajabov looked. On camera, whenever the situation was tense and the nerves were high, he just never blinked. And the semifinals, what a cruise through that was, beating Daniel Dubov in the second set in two straight games after taking his lead in set one. He really managed to find the holes in Daniel's style of play and made the most of it. Let's also take a look at Lev's road to the finals. And Levon as well, a star performer throughout the entire event. He finished in the sixth place, just behind Rajabov in the preliminaries. He had one loss in the entire qualifying stage, and that was in the final round to David Anton. But he had played so brilliantly that it didn't even matter. He found himself in the middle of the table and without any issues at all, qualified to the quarterfinals. In the quarterfinals, it was a complete Levon Aronian show. He took on one of the strongest players, many believe the strongest player in the shorter time formats in online play, Hikaru Nakamura. But Hikaru stood no chance at all in that quarterfinal. And that just went on to show what a dominating performance and dominating form Lev was in. In the semifinals, he took on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and also cruised his way into the finals in day two in just three games. This is the first time in the entire event that Levon's back is against the wall. He is the one who is trailing. He's playing catch up to Rajabov's set one win. And what an incredible display of chess we've had in this event. A completely fresh narrative we saw after the top four players, the four big favorites, got knocked out in the quarterfinals. We had four fresh names going forward in the semis. And here we are being treated to Temur Rajabov taking on Levon Aronian. But of course, today it's all about that between these two best performers of the event, who really is the king? Who is the great one today on the chessboard? Well, we also asked our participants who they think is the greatest player of all times. Check out this video and take a look at what they had to say.
Fischer. He was alone against the Soviet Union, and it was hard. Beating all of them by analyzing on your own, imagine without the engine. I don't know how he did it. It was mission impossible against the Soviet Union, where everybody is preparing together, and they were all kind of working against Fischer. I certainly do not share his like political views, but as we're talking about pure chess here, I mean, this is the best chess player ever.
Most likely Garry Kasparov, the best all-time chess player, because he's done so much for chess. Also, he was dominant for at least 20 years.
For now, it's still Kasparov.
I always said that Kasparov was the best player of history, but I think Magnus now is competing. We'll see when Magnus stop playing. I think we can talk about who is the best between these two.
Still Kasparov, but Magnus is already very close to him. And probably if Magnus continues at the pace he is having, then by the end of his career he will surpass Kasparov.
The level of chess has been growing in general. So in that sense, I guess currently the best player is the strongest player.
I think Kasparov is the all-time best, and I do hope one day when I'm looking at my career, not in the present but in the past, that I will be up there with some of the big names.
The greatest player of all time, always an interesting discussion, and we'd love to hear it from you. Who you believe is the greatest chess player of all time? Write to us using the hashtag AirThingsMasters, and we'd love to see what you have to say. But today, it's just about two of the greatest players currently in the chess world, Rajabov, Levon Aronian. It's down to Levon having to make a comeback to force a tiebreak. Because let's take a look at the format. Now, Raja leads after his win in set 1. To tie the match, Levon has to win the 4-game mini match, which will feature 4 rapid games played 15 minutes with a 10-second increment. And if Levon pulls that off, we are going to see a playoff with 2 blitz games, 5 minutes with a 3-second increment per move. And in case that's a tie as well with 1-1, then we move on to the Armageddon. And of course, Armageddon is just such a heated debate about whether that's the right way to pick a winner, whether it's good or bad. But I have to say, as a commentator, a chess fan, and a chess player, I love the thrill of it. And at the end of the day, we need to have a winner. So you know what? May the best player win. But I'm really hoping that we get to witness a sensational playoff yet again. Let's take a look at what the players are fighting for. It's $100,000 at stake today, with the winner going back with $60,000 and the runner-up with $40,000. There's also a big fight for the 3rd place between Daniel Dubov and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And in all the excitement, we completely forgot to bring that up, because what a thrilling match that was, with 4 decisive games. Daniel Dubov taking on the first 2 wins. And for all of us, that just meant the end of the match. Nobody could have imagined that in the next 2 games, Daniel would not be able to draw a single one of those 2 games. But that's what exactly happened. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did the unthinkable and bounced right back with a victory, with 2 victories, and managed to tie the match at the end. Daniel Dubov's style of play again coming into question here, because just when you need a draw to win the match, he still goes for the most dynamic, combative play, which of course gives the opponent all the chances. And we saw that happen, a lot of prize money at stake. But the bigger thing, the main prize at stake is the big spot into the grand final of the Champions Chess Tour in September. And with that, I see that we are being joined by Peter. So let's bring him on. Peter, welcome. How are you today?
Yeah, hello, Tania. Hello, everybody. I'm very good. Very thrilled to see the final. A lot at stake. Levon has to bounce back to force a playoff. And it's a lot to play for.
Lots to play for. And Peter, we've been talking about the Champions Chess Tour. This is the 2nd tour that we've seen, the 2nd edition of the tour, and it is going to consist of 10 events. This is the 2nd event in the tour, the first major of the tour, which is why the winner gets a direct spot into the grand final in September. And some more big news, Chess24 and the Play Magnus Group are extremely proud to announce a new title partner, and that is Meltwater, they are a front runner in media and marketing data analysis, and it is a partnership that we're extremely proud to see going forward. And they will be working extremely closely with the tour. And from now on, Peter, the tour is being renamed the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. How do you feel about this entire change and seeing chess develop this way with these big companies, Peter, getting involved with the tour?
Yeah, actually, it was a sensational news when I woke up and read the news that we have a new title sponsor for the whole Champions Chess Tour. I felt, very, very happy, because simply that's the point, that this chess tour is growing and it grows attention. More and more big sponsors want to be part of it. Definitely, this is a sensational news, and I'm very, very happy for the whole tour, for the players, and for the whole chess community.
Yes, and not just that, it's a California-based company, and potentially, if travel allows and everything goes according to plan, we might be witnessing the finals of the Champions Chess Tour, in fact, being held in San Francisco at the Meltwater headquarters. And that would be extremely exciting, Peter. Of course, for us, it's all about today's matchup, what Lev needs to do to bounce back. And we were just talking in our show open about the Berlin, the Berlin which we've been seeing throughout the event, being employed in very different ways, a very different Berlin narrative so far, and Rajabov winning the final game yesterday with the black pieces in the Berlin defense. Is it time to call it the Berlin attack?
Well, I mean, this was a sensational game. I mean, usually you don't see such a very sharp game in the Berlin, but the point is that the line Timur played, it's kind of considered to be slightly dubious because it's just way too risky. But exactly for this fact, I think Levon was not ready for it, because he knew this line, that it existed long ago, but it was considered to be very risky for black, and probably nobody gonna play it in such a critical game. And in this regard, it turned out that Rajabov's choice was just very, very nice, because it gave Levon the feeling, that, yeah, I have to punish him for making this choice. And this actually badly backfired for Levon.
And Levon needs to change things up today for sure. In fact, in his post-game interview yesterday, he mentioned exactly that he knew that this line with this King C8 idea is inferior for black, but it wasn't part of his prep, and he couldn't exactly remember how to make the most of it. Just a few inaccuracies, moving that pawn to f6, and after that, it was no coming back. A brilliant approach by Raja, just testing Levon in tricky waters. But in this format, it really is all about that. When it's rapid games, you can really question and challenge your opponent in these kind of openings, because there's just not enough time. You have to balance the clock, you have to balance the position, and that's exactly what makes this format so thrilling.
Yeah, definitely. And now the big question is for Levon, that Rajabov is very flexible from the black side. We have seen him first trying to play the Sveshnikov. Levon declined. He played the Rostolnimo against, and he put Rajabov under pressure. And now Rajabov switched to the Berlin defense. And the trick is that in Berlin defense, black has all kinds of setups. So it's not like Levon, if he goes for 1e4 again in the very first game, which is such an important game for him, because he has to try to set the tone. He has to win this game one in order to put Rajabov under a lot of pressure. And in this regard, having this feeling that your opponent might be choosing the line and you cannot do exactly specific targeted preparation, this is something of a problem for Levon. I'm very, very curious to see how he will deal with it.
Well, his task is cut. It is now or never for him. It is go big or go home. So he needs to find a way to do that. And we see the two players we're about to lift off in just a few seconds. The action that we've been building up since day one of the preliminaries, and it's here. Peter, the event has gone extremely fast.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, we have all these incredible encounters between the players, so much thrill, so much excitement that we just forget already what has happened. It just, I mean, the quarterfinals had been so dramatic, but they are so far away already. Yeah, it's and there we go. Both game start with e4, and Rajabov does answer with e5, basically hinting that he's ready to repeat the Berlin. And look at that, Levon says, no, I don't want another Berlin, and chooses the Italian instead.
And these are our last 4 gladiators of the event, semi-finals. The players who qualified for the semi-finals. Of course, there's also a fight for the 3rd place. We will be keeping an eye on the game Daniel Dubov versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Peter, we had 4 decisive games in that matchup on day 1 of the finals. And the way it started with Daniel winning 2 back-to-back games, we had written off Maxime for the day.
Yeah, and it was not just, 2 wins for Daniel, but the way he crushed MVL. Yeah, basically, I think that was the reason why we kind of wrote Maxime off, because it was just such a dominance performance from Daniel's side. At the same time, it felt like, it was not the Maxime we know, because usually Maxime, even if he loses, puts up incredible resistance. That was somehow way too easy. And all of a sudden, there was a big twist. Then in the last 2 games, Maxime bounced back with, after a lot of adventures. I mean, this last game, this 4th game, you already mentioned, the whole chess world had been talking about that. Yeah, Dubov is a player who, if needing a draw, it seems like he even spices things more up than if he needs to win. I mean, that was really something incredible. He was taking a lot of risk. He was about to win. We have seen that Computer was screaming that just with a simpler, so-called simple retreat, which is by far not simple, because Dubov's idea was to crush and mate Maxime. So he was in a very aggressive mood, making a retreating move. It's not easy to make. And then we saw all these twists and turns. Yeah, it actually turns out to be a very, very spectacular match.
While that approach for Daniel did work in his match against Magnus, it failed to do so. It backfired yesterday against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And Peter, now I think this is another challenge for Levon, because, for example, if you're playing a player like Daniel and you're playing catch up, you're trailing him, you know that the position is going to be messy, because that's just his style of play. Regardless of the result he needs, he will go for a completely complicated position, which gives a player a lot more chances to bounce back. But here Levon's facing Raja, a very solid player, an extremely pragmatic player. What is it that Levon can find in Raja's style of play to strike? Because it's not clear at all what he needs to do today.
Well, I mean, we see a very, very topical line of the Italian. And let's just go back, because I think this is already the very first important moment of the game. Black has the choice of starting with castles, or he can also start with the move d6. And basically, if usually Black starts with the move short castle, it indicates that if White goes short castle, then Black might want to use the d7, d5 option and go for these structures with ed5, knight d5. However, after castles, Levon signaled to Rajabov that, I'm ready for d5. Go on, please play d5. And Rajabov declines and says, okay, I'm going to switch back to the d6 setup. And Levon now plays the most complicated move. I mean, the sharpest move in the position, the move. Usually I'm not liking this move, because it just brings the position completely out of control. Simply because, look at this, what is happening in the game. h6, bishop h4, Black goes for g5. It's a thematic way of reacting against the pin. You kind of weaken your king side. On the other hand, after this, the bishop on g3 is a big headache for White, and it's not entirely clear who is attacking whom on the king side. And that's why I'm calling, that whenever the position is strategically out of control, that's when we see all this craziness later on, because you cannot play already a normal quiet game. And Rajabov did play the a5 setup. There was a big question here that Black can play the a6 line. This used to be debated a few years ago. And now the move a5 that played by Temur is kind of the latest fashion. It's the latest fashion, and Levon answers it with rook e1, hinting that he wants to break the center quickly with d3, d4. If he gets a chance, of course, Rajabov will definitely avoid it, because White should not be able to break the center so easily.
Rook e1 on the board, and especially after h6, g5, you want to strike in the center with d4. The other point of rook e1 is to go knight d2, knight f1, knight e3, so it clears the f1 square as well for the knight to be developed. Black needs to make sure that white doesn't get a successful coordination of pieces as well as the d4 break in. Perhaps a move like rook e8 here is also very thematic. He needs to be careful a little bit about the f7 pawn, but just making sure that if white does go d4, there's always pressure along the e4 pawn. So after rook e8, does white have time to go d4, or would he continue with knight d2?
No, black will not play the move rook e8. The rook e8 plan is, and the rook e8 played, look at this, I mean, incredible. I wanted to say that no, in this position, rook e8 is usually not played, and all of a sudden, Rajava goes rook e8. I don't know. I'm actually totally surprised. Maybe this is a very specific, I mean, let me show one more thing in order to understand better these positions, that here, after d6, there is also a way for white just to play the waiting move rook e1, waiting for black, to decide if he's gonna play a6 or a5. And lately the a5 move had been the most fashionable line. And also here, white has the option of playing bishop g5, which very few people use it, because simply it leads to the same position after h6, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, and there we go, it's another transposition. And the move rook e8 surprises me big time, because usually in this type of positions, it's considered that you should somehow move back your bishop. I mean, it's a big question, where do you move back? Because if you go bishop a7, maybe there is an argument that white can try to win a tempo with knight a3, knight b5, which is never the case when black's pawn is on a6 instead of a5. And but you have to kind of remove the bishop. And later you also try to go something like king g7, move the knight away and go f7, f5, or try to play bishop g4. Those were kind of the strategical, logical ideas of the position. But rook e8, this is, I would almost say that black is somehow mixing things up. And look at the clock. Rajavo is down to 11.5 minutes. It signals to me that he's not entirely familiar what to do here.
That's quite interesting, Peter, that, immediately you did not like rook e8, while the moment you pointed out that white wants to make a move like d4, it just felt like rook e8 would be the way to prepare against it and maybe even try and get a bishop on e6 to trade off the light square bishop at some point. He falls back with bishop a7. This is a very thematic move as well in these positions, to just get away from moves like d4, hitting the bishop. White will perhaps continue with knight f1 and go on with the plan.
Yeah, that's very logical. I mean, knight f1 is very natural move. Simply, this rook e8 is a very thematic move in all these Italians, but I don't really believe that when white gets the bishop to g3, that's the way to go. I mean, usually the way to go is try to punish white for putting the bishop on g3 and create this counterplay with f7, f5 as quickly as possible. Or also the other plan is that you go king g7 and then knight h7, h5, or even sometimes you go, let me just show that knight goes to h7 immediately and you try to go h5, h4, creating white some weaknesses that please make up your mind. You're going to play h4 or h3. We have seen a lot of very heavy battles among the top stars already in this position, but still the position is a little bit fresh. With pawn on a6 instead of a5, we see much more games in this structure.
Right, and of course this, like you mentioned, lots of plans here. The position is just starting to emerge into a middle game and see what direction black takes. Is it going to be on the king side, making use of the bishop on g3, the misplaced bishop on g3? Is black going to develop his own light squared bishop to either e6 or try and get d5? On the other hand, white wants to go knight f1, knight e3, try and get that knight to a good place, hope for a d4 break at some point, eyeing the f7 pawn. Lots of ideas here, Peter. We're going to see how this game develops. Meanwhile, let's jump to our other game, because I have the position in front of me and it looks, to say the least, unfamiliar and very interesting. Black still hasn't castled yet. White is broken in the center. What's going on here?
Yeah, that's the very big question. What is going on? The move d4, d5 signals that, yeah, Daniel is trying to play the position very concrete. that basically using the fact that black had not castled yet, he's offering this pawn. Please take it with e5. That would open up the e file, and after rook e1, and there is a very, very nasty pin. Black is not able to castle because then the bishop on e7 would be hanging. Otherwise, white has all these threats with knight takes d6. And it's not just that you cannot castle for the moment, but you might not be able to castle at all. And in this regard, the big question is, how do you react to d5? Because ed5 definitely is a big blunder. You still have the option of playing knight takes d5 probably, because the knight on b5 is hanging if you take cd. And that's actually the move that first comes to mind. So let's maybe take a look what's happening after knight d5.
You know, I thought knight d5, and I had this immediate idea of a trick with queen b3, threatening the knight, and knight d6, but I think you have knight b4 there.
Yes, knight b4, I have to, yeah, because knight takes d6 check is a threat, my knight is attacked, but it's very, very nice, yeah, that I have knight b4, and okay, then it's a healthy pawn up.
Yes.
You cannot trick me like this. And the big question is, how do you trick me at all?
Or do you? Does anyone trick Peter Leko at all?
Well, I mean, in such situation, I think about the white pieces. Yeah, it's not a personal debate, but yeah, how does white continue here?
Okay, is bishop g5 a move here, Peter?
Wow, bishop g5. That's an interesting move. Trying to eliminate this bishop and get access to the d6 pawn.
Not sure if short castle is possible. Let me just check if short castle is possible. So the point was that you take on d5. You have to take on g5. And now, do you want to take d6 first, or do you want to take the bishop on g5?
Well, I think it doesn't matter. It's simply very, very dangerous for black, because after queen takes b5, I have to take, you anyway take d6, destroy my structure, d6 is hanging, e6, and my position is falling apart. Yeah, bishop g5, a very, very nice point. Actually, that maybe after knight takes d5, bishop g5 is an option, a surprising move. I can actually just return to d6.
But then taking on d6 and your king is stuck in the center.
Yeah, exactly. Then takes, queen d6, and I have moves like queen b6. I don't feel that, I'm in a lot of trouble, but maybe white keeps a small initiative in the endgame. And look at this, Maxim declines, he goes e5, and Daniel goes after his throat right away. He doesn't give him time to stabilize, he goes knight h4, hinting at knight f5. And after the move g6, which stops knight f5, bishop h6 comes, and it stops black from castling.
Yeah, and white also setting up a queen a4, rook a1 ideas to try and enter from the a file at some point. So black doesn't have so much time to play slow here. It's not looking very good for Maxim currently, Peter. I'm not sure how that rook on h8 is going to come into play, how black's king is going to find itself any kind of safety. Bishop f8 is never an option, because look at that beautiful knight on b8. It's constantly putting pressure on the d6 pawn. Currently, you can't hit the bishop on h6 with knight g4 or knight g8. Both moves lose on this spot. How is black untangling himself from this mess? Bishop f8 played, so he says you can take the d6 pawn. Wow.
Yeah, but I mean, this bishop f8 is a complete desperation. I mean, I don't know. To me, it almost looks like Maxim has not yet waken up for this game. It's really like this. I mean, look at it. Just the game has started. Maxim has used 2-3 minutes on his clock, and his position is in complete ruins. It's not just that the pawn on d6 is falling, but the whole structure is very damaged. The king is still not feeling any safety. How does Daniel do this? Yeah, I mean, Maxim is such an experienced player in the night of anti-Sicilian things after bishop b5 check, and we have seen yesterday also Daniel using bishop b5 check and having very, very dangerous positions right off opening against Maxim, and also today it looks like a total disaster.
I think how Daniel does this, we all know he goes for the most attacking options, but how he's doing it so easily against Maxime, to me, the explanation for that is that I think it's a very uninspired Maxime that we're seeing, Peter. You know, for these players, it's really the motivation of going into the finals, the disappointment of not making it there. And we see Maxime holding his head right now. The set one as well, even though he bounced back in the last two games, you just got the feeling that, you know, it's not the Maxime that we've been seeing throughout the tournament, what we saw of him in the Speed Chess Championship. I think there's a little bit of just an uninspired version of Maxime that we're seeing so far. Bishop f8 on the board. I think the reason that Daniel is taking his time is because it's very tempting to go bishop f8 and pick up the d6 pawn. But I'm just wondering, Peter, is he considering bishop g7 first, displacing black's rook, taking advantage of the d6 pawn being weak? Rook goes to g8 and maybe then take on f8. Would you consider this option, or do you think white should take on f8 immediately?
Well, it's very nice that you mentioned this bishop g7. I basically dislike black's position so much that I did not even look for alternatives apart of bishop takes f8 and taking on d6, which looked already devastating enough. But yeah, bishop g7 is certainly a move you don't get to play such a move too often. And exactly for this reason, you might be very, very thrilled to play it. On the other hand, for example, if we look at this position after rook g8, you capture on f8, king f8, then the big question is, what did you achieve? Because actually, the rook on g8 might be a little bit better placed than on h8, because when black goes with king to g7, he might have the h8 square immediately at his disposal. One of the things that I felt like, not just that the position is so bad for black, but what concerned me is something like bishop f8, king f8, knight takes d6. I'm going to take on b2. White plays something like, I don't know, queen f3. And whenever I go king g7, white might even sacrifice something on f5, and my king will be mated before I even get the chance of moving the rook away. Now that having the rook on g8, I might have the option of, you know, going king h8 after the sacrifice. That's one small difference. Probably it plays no role at all. But look at this. Daniel plays the move f4. He just wants to crush his opponent right away.
Just incredible, Peter. I mean, he just always plays the move that we least expect. Again, keeping the pressure. And I saw the evaluation bar jump back down as soon as f4 was played, but it also hates Maxime's e4. And we see a big advantage the engine gives to white's position. Like you said, bishop g7, still possible, looks pretty, but is it really useful for white or black? Not so clear, because the rook on g8 could be slightly better placed. And I think now Daniel has to decide whether he says, not yet, I'll play queen b3, still threatening the big knight d6 check using the discovered attack of the queen. So black, unable to take on h6, has to move the queen. What's the right square? You can't go to a6 because there's knight c7 check. Queen a8 runs into knight c7 check. Is it queen b6 that you need to play here?
Well,
and then there's rook a1.
Yeah, rook a1, but then I might be able to take, but then you hit me on d6. Yeah, it's also a total disaster. I mean,
let's check that out. That's a nice line, Peter. Actually, can we just have a look at that? Queen b6, rook a1, bishop h6, rook a8, knight b8, knight d6. You can't take on d6, but maybe you have to take on d6 and then just take on b8 and take on h8.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a model line, but black's position is so completely lost. And look at this also after queen b8. If white wants, he also has this rook a1, rook a8 winning the queen. But I'm even not sure that I want to win this queen, because my position is so overwhelming that why do I want to give you any active pieces? For example, here after rook a1, you might sacrifice the queen with bishop takes h6, rook a8, and then you can even take on a8. Sorry, this is then just a blunder. Yeah, knight c7 check, king e7 takes, and the rook takes, and all of a sudden black is winning because he won two pieces and the rook for the queen.
Do you have the option to go knight d6 instead of rook a8 first, using the same idea that we've been talking about? Although black, I think, has the option to go king e7. Let's check that line for a moment. If bishop h6, because these are such forced variations, Knight d6. Now queen d6 runs into what we've been talking about, although king e7 is still possible here because suddenly after rook h8 there's queen f4.
Yeah, and also here you already got two pieces. I mean, why to give up anything? Definitely it was just like, you know, that black falls into the trap with rook a8 and it's tempting, but actually it works out for black. So that was kind of a trap. But Daniel says, no, I already achieved more than what I wanted. Look at this, he now just takes on f8. He took on f8, king takes f8 and played the lovely move queen g3. Very, very nice, because the king can now never move to g7 because of knight f5 check. And the king might have to go to e7. No, he goes knight h5. But what is this?
Knight h5, he goes queen c3, still making sure everything, and immediately blitzed out rook g8. It reminds me of, you know, even at least when you have a bad position, you play fast to try and build pressure on the clock. Daniel Dubov down to less than 5 minutes, but a very dominating position. He still needs to find a way to break through. As long as black's king is stuck on f8 and can't find its way to g7, white has this huge pressure on the board. Can white really afford to play slow here, Peter, and try and get that f1 rook into the game? Because I don't see a direct blow. Although looking at the evaluation bar, it gives this huge advantage to white's position.
Yeah, I think that this position, yeah, and Daniel goes for g4. You have, I mean, it's kind of not have to, but it's very tempting to kick this knight away from h5 because it was hitting on the f4 pawn. It was also enabling black eventually to go f5 and then bring his knight back to f6, get his king a nice spot on f7. So definitely g4 is very much in the spirit of what Daniel has done so far. The big question, what does black play now after g4? Do you retreat to f6? Do you try to include something like queen d8, trying to use this tempo that you hit the knight on h4 in return? Because this is also not something of an everyday situation that both sides have knight on the sidelines.
Very interesting. Well, big questions to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who yet again finds himself in huge trouble in game one of the final set for the fight for the third place. Queen d8, Peter, just comes into mind a little bit that maybe white can just fall back with the knight, because now even the d6 pawn is a little uncomfortable in the position. But of course, it's just a difficult position. So while Maxime finds a way how he wants to deal with g4, does he want to go knight f6? Does he want to go queen d8? Let's jump back to our main game, the fight for the championship, Peter, and bring that up. So lots of developments I see.
Yeah, we see a knight on f4. I mean, that's a typical knight in all these g5 structures, because, yeah, one of the things I forgot to mention, but it's so natural and so automatic that I forgot that after knight b2, once you move the bishop to a7, actually the black's main idea is to go knight e7, knight g6, bringing the knight to g6, which can then land on f4. That's the typical idea. Also putting more pressure on white's king side, plus the bishop on g3 will be cemented. Let's see how did this exactly work out. Move pair, move knight b2, bishop a7, knight f1, bishop e6 first. Yeah, he wants to trade the bishop. Levon says no, thank you, bishop b5. Bishop d7, knight e3 comes, black plays the move knight e7, and this is something of a surprise that Levon insists of keeping his light squared bishops alive with a4. I mean, he does not want to trade yet on d7, giving maybe a nice square for the black queen on d7. And in general, then before, for example, if white grabs on d7, queen d7, then black will never play knight g6 allowing knight f5. That would be terrible. But one idea is just first to eliminate the knight with bishop takes e3, and after white grabs back with the rook, you go knight g6 and you say, thank you very much, I got rid of the most powerful knight and I set up my pieces. So in this regard, it's very logical what Levon has done, that he plays a4, wants to keep the pressure. And now Radjabov says, you know, you did not change the bishops, now I'm not going to let you. Bishop c4, knight g6, queen c2, knight f4. And white goes for rook a d1, queen e7, d4, breaks in the center. Very, very double-edged sharp position. One could argue that in the last 3-4 moves, both sides have fulfilled their tasks. they managed to, implement what they wanted from the position. The question is, who benefits long terms out of all these scenarios?
Peter, the first thing that comes to mind in this position is that both players have gotten exactly what they wanted. The black knight finds itself on f4. It finds that black has killed the white bishop on g3. Pieces are developed. The bishop on a7 is nicely placed. On the other hand, white has also centralized all his pieces. Look at the army. There's bishop c4, knight e3, rook e1, rook d1, and managed to get a d4 break in. But d4 feels extremely concrete as well, because I'm looking that black actually has the option to win a pawn here. If he goes e takes d4, suddenly the e4 pawn is under a line of fire. If you take cd4, for example, black just goes on to pick up the e4 pawn, knight e4, maybe even queen e4, but knight e4 looks like a possibility. What does white have in mind for e takes d? And ed4 played, is it knight f5? Is that an option, or is that something that's desirable for black?
Well, it's a very double-edged question. Definitely, Levon, since he went for d4, he has something in mind. Knight f5 is one of those moves. Another one, I mean, these are type of positions which are very hard immediately to give a definite answer, because knight f5, black would capture on f5. You take ef5, black sidesteps with the queen. Even maybe there is some argument of some intermezzo with the move d4, d3, disbalancing whites. But okay, let's just imagine that black moves away with the queen to d7, and I'm not really understanding how white proceeds here, because black is very solid. He always has d6, d5, closing down the c4, f7 diagonal. So after ed4, is something like knight takes d4 an option?
Definitely an option, but again, my question is, why are you giving up the pawn? So what does black take it with? Firstly, queen e4 just doesn't feel right to me. It feels like I'm walking into something. So let's start with knight e4, because that feels more natural. Is knight f5 something that white should be scared with? Because the point was that you can... that's a nice little trick. If bishop f5, knight f5, queen f6, white takes on e4, and queen f5 is met by rook e8, a discovered check, winning the queens. So this line doesn't work for black.
Yeah, this was the idea behind knight takes d4, but the move you mentioned, queen takes e4, is very interesting, because the queen doesn't really belong to e4. It looks very scary, but it does win a tempo on the queen on c1, and if I remove my queen, it might cost, okay, I might go to b3, but you have a nice spot for your queen, nice retreating square on g6. Mm-hmm. So it's not a total disaster, and in fact, if it's not a disaster, it might just be very good.
That's a very good point, actually. If white can't immediately make the most of a move like queen e4 with a discovered attack, then this is what black wants to do. Aesthetically, it looks like there's going to be a big jump at some point. Let's check out queen b3. After queen b3, do you go queen g6, or do you go, because d5 is maybe also possible. Knight d5, there's queen e1.
Yeah, and also queen g2 checkmate.
Yes, of course.
Yes, that's actually this knight on e3 is kind of trapped. I mean, the knight cannot move because there are threats on g2 and also on e1. I'm very, very curious to see how Levon react to ed4, and we see this engine bar claiming that white is kind of better. What is exactly the trick? Yeah, I mean, there should be some real trick here. And Levon goes bishop takes f4. Okay, so this is very interesting. This means that after gf4, he wants to go knight f5, and he probably calculates that after bishop f5, ef5, now first of all, you don't have this d3 intermezzo because the d3 pawn is hanging. And if you move to d7, then maybe your king side is too weak. Maybe I just gonna take back with cd4, taking control, and if you play d5, you weaken the e5 square, I just return to d3. And then I'm gonna go after the f4 pawn, and your king is in trouble long terms.
Peter, is bishop f4, gf4, e5, is that completely crazy, or is that, let's look at it, because it's at least very interesting. It's not our game, as we love to say in these positions. Also, the evaluation bar is currently frozen. We're going to fix that up in a bit. Can we just take a look at this line, Peter? Takes on f4,
Yes, actually, I have fixed, so now it's supposed to work.
It's working now. It's working. It's fixed. All right. So
And
bishop
all of a
f4.
sudden, sorry, but all of a sudden the evaluation bar makes so much more sense. Yeah, I mean, it's that would be also our first guess that, I mean, okay, the position is very sharp, but definitely black has no problems here.
I'm very interested to look at this line. It's probably just a disaster for white, but let's check it out, Peter. Bishop f4, I think gf4 has to be played because you could potentially take on e3, but then white can just, because bishop d6 is met by ef2, but then white can just take on e3 with the bishop.
Yes, bishop takes e3, but you know, since Timur is taking his time, there might be a reason, you know, why he's thinking, and maybe taking on e3 is something that he is really considering.
All right, but Peter, let's go to that exciting line and gf4 played. So I just want to see how stupid is the move e5 here.
Wow, e5. Well, that's a shock. I mean, not necessarily a negative shock, but I mean,
it's
yeah,
got a great shock value.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I have so many options, and I would love to take d takes e3 because I'm opening up my bishop. I understand you want to checkmate me with queen g6. I have to go to h8, and then how do you continue?
Queen h6 or ef6. I think ef6 just doesn't work because then you take on f2 and that rook on e1 also hangs with a check. My queen is hanging after that as well. So let's try queen h6 right now. Maybe black can also just think about king g8, but knight h7 if you want more. And yeah, that looks like the end of the shock value.
Yeah, well, I mean, you still have bishop d3 and you can just insist that, you know, all these things you have foreseen, you have calculated, and you don't care that I'm taking anything because you are setting checkmate, and after f5, you're going to take e takes f6 en passant. I have to go queen f7, and then you have knight g5, and I take on e1, you take on e1, I give some check, but still I'm not running away from all these dangers. I have no idea what's really happening here, but
yes,
it does
Peter.
look like there is mating threats coming all over the place.
Peter, you're absolutely right. I had completely calculated every single one of those moves.
That's what I expect. That's what I expect. Nothing
After
else.
spending so much time with you, you have these expectations.
Yeah, the move e5 is in this regard very interesting, but on the other hand, there should be a good reaction for black. I mean, simply it does not feel that e5 could really work here. But Levon taking his time, maybe he's considering this because when you see this attractive line with all this beautiful finish, you have the temptation to try to make it work. And Levon down to 2 minutes. Also, Timur doesn't have much more time, 2.5 minutes on the clock. We might be seeing big dramas here.
But that's the tricky situation. You go in and e5 on the board, Peter, and I suddenly see the computer hates the move completely. So there's definitely a refutation on the board, just not sure what it is. Is d5 something? Because if you take on f6, black can just simply take back on f6. Maybe d5?
Well, okay, but okay, it's definitely an option, but takes. In the worst case scenario, white can also grab on d5. However, then one could argue that thanks to the two bishops, black should be fine. On the other hand, white also has a very solid position. It's let's just take a look. Knight takes d5. You have to take cd. I'm taking bishop d5. And what I love in this position that my knight on f3 has a very, very nice forever spot. The bishop on d5 is great. If black's pawn would be on g5 instead of f5, would be saying that no, black is just doing fantastically because later he can disbalance the knight, but with a stable knight on f3, I can be happy here.
Very interesting that Lev went for e5, and as we can see that it doesn't work for some reason, not really sure what it is, but it is, Peter, practically a really, maybe even a good choice because Raja down to 1 minute and 10 seconds and a big question in a very critical moment with such little time could see Rajabov making a wrong decision here.
Yeah, basically it's like, okay, please find out what's happening. And it's so difficult. First of all these lines are very obscure, very, very crazy. I mean, it's not like it's so easy to immediately understand where all this leads. And look at this, Rajabov goes for the line that we have been talking about with D takes E3, but exactly this looked very bad for black.
And instantly the engine bar just jumped absolutely and incredibly high, and it shows that white is completely winning now. Peter, we didn't find the winning line, so let's take a look because this is extremely forcing. First question, after king g8, is white picking up the knight on f6?
Yeah, definitely. Then e/f6 and you are in the mating net. E takes f2 check is always answered by king f1. And I'm covering the e1 square. And we're going to see the line that we have been talking about. And it did look like after knight g5, white was winning there. So I don't really see how Rajabov wants to improve this.
And we're getting some information from our producer that actually after e5, the only way for black to counter it, and in a very strong way, was the move d3. And apparently for some reason, black is much better after this move. No idea what, Peter. We're going to come back to this because the players are down to second. So let's just go back to the position we have on the board.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to see everything that you have foreseen and what I have finally reconstructed as an architect. Because
what I have foreseen and you have foreseen me foreseeing that. Okay, let's get
by the way, there are big turnarounds in the other game. I just want to mention that, yeah, it's MVL who is winning that game. It's an incredible shock because Dubov had everything under control and seemed to have been winning. But that's it. All our eyes are on this game. Rajao is down to 9 seconds on the clock and he doesn't have a move.
And Raja feeling the tension. You could see him raising, and bishop f5. So after bishop takes f5, what is the point of giving this up right now?
Well, his idea is that at least after bishop f5, he wants to go f6, and after e/f6, he is able to move his queen to c7 so that knight g5 won't be a tempo. But I mean, this position is hopelessly lost. Yeah, bishop takes f5, f6 on the board.
And now f6 on the board. He is going to take either the d6 pawn or the f6 pawn. He could also take the d6 pawn, Peter.
But then I have queen g7. Then I might escape.
Yes, this is a very important point. All right, so let's try and see how white is winning here after e takes f6. You move with the queen to... And now do you take on e8 and go knight g5?
Yeah, well, first I have to calm myself down because, yeah, we have seen also in the Dubov's game, it looked like, you know, white is crushing and all of a sudden the game continues and it can turn very quickly. I mean, with all this time situation, Levon still has 2 minutes on his clock. I think he will, this is enough time to figure things out, but he also has many temptations. Yeah, there are also, knight g5 is the thematic way, but also some knight h4, knight g6 ideas are there. I mean, a lot of distractions because you might feel, but let's go back to the current position after f6. You feel that there are too many ideas, but which one works really precisely?
Well, the one thing that you pointed out that white needs to be careful of is not to allow the queen to g7, putting up some kind of a defense. So ef6 definitely feels like the move that Levon is going to go for. Peter, let's try and find the most clean way for white to finish it off. I like queen c7 more than queen f7 because that just seems like whenever knight g5 comes, it might be a tempo. But on the other hand, I see a queen c4 check threat after queen f7.
That's a very big difference by luring the bishop to f5. And this actually indicates why Levon is taking his time, because queen c4 check is not just a check. Suddenly white's king on f1 finds himself in a dire strait. So after...
It's actually a mate.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe then ef6 is already a mistake.
Wow. So ef6, the point is that after queen f7, the big threat of queen c4, white will actually have to end up wasting a move. But if not ef6, like we were pointing out, that then black has a defense with queen g7. But the one thing that's giving us a hint is that huge white line on the eval bar, which is showing that there is a direct path to victory. So what are we missing here?
Well, not just we are missing. I mean, I think also the players are missing. It's definitely some computer line, which is not easy to spot. Levon down to 10 seconds on the clock. It's complete drama because he might be winning, he might be losing. Yeah,
ef6 on the board.
He goes ef6, yeah, so queen f7 on the board. And now the big question, do you really have time to make a slow, quiet move, making sure that queen c4 check is not coming and black is still in the box? But that's like a study-like solution. Down to 3 seconds on the 2-1. Levon has to make a move. Rook e6.
Rook e6, and immediately the bar hits it because black can just take rook takes e6 now.
Exactly. Now,
and bishop e6 is met by queen f6.
Yeah, that's it. Black might just... Yeah, knight g5. Yeah, there was this line. But I mean, in the worst case scenario, black can even probably just take on f6. Yeah, rook f6 played. Knight f7, rook f7, and black has two rooks versus and the bishop versus the queen. There doesn't seem to be real, or is there maybe a perpetual check possibility for white? That's the big question.
And suddenly we see that Levon is the best that can happen for Lev is to try and draw this position with a perpetual. Black slowly building up the bridge and transferring the king to the other side of the board and seeing if he can escape it. But is that a real possibility? So queen g6, he needs to go king f8 if he wants to keep the game going.
Yeah, then queen takes d6 check.
Rook, because also at some point, for example, let's just show it, Peter. If rook e7, there's queen f6, and suddenly you can't go king e8 because there's queen h8 check, picking up the rook on the other side.
Exactly. It's by no means elementary to get out of the perpetual check.
And once again, the engine's just making us look like we don't understand what's going on, because apparently there is a way to get out of perpetual checks.
Well, definitely. I mean, for the computer, this doesn't really matter, because for him, this position or something else, it's exactly the same. But
Queen d6, king g7 is the point.
Yeah, king g7. Okay, still white will insist on giving queen e5 check, and then still it's not entirely clear how you're gonna get out.
Rook f6.
Queen e7 check. Because because you cannot go to g6, then I might hit on b7 and I hit your pieces. So there might be a very, very intelligent, king g6. Okay, when you are playing the game and you are really focused and calculating, you might figure it out. Yeah, queen e6 check is met by rook f6, and then queen e4 check is met by what? Because again, you cannot go to f7, then I have queen h7 check, queen takes b7. And after king g7,
king h6 maybe, Peter. King h6 here.
Yeah, king h6. Yeah, and then you have the. But look at this. He goes back with the king to because he played the move queen e6. Draw. Look at this draw.
Oh wow! What a roller coaster of a game that was. Just completely topsy-turvy.
Yeah, I mean, okay, with so much at stake and so little time to figure things out, engine doesn't do any justice to the position, because first of all, the players don't know if they are winning or losing or whatever. They are in a complete dark. And after king g6, let's just see how did it finish. Queen e6 check.
And Peter, I'm sorry, Peter, just 1 second, because I'm seeing the two players on our camera right now, and I think both of them are actually just checking the game right now before the next one to see. We see Raja still on his computer. Levon as well was shaking his head. He knows that he missed a big chance. And this was his moment, Peter, because he's trailing the match. Yes, go on, Peter.
Yeah, on the other hand, it's also a very big setback for Rajabov if he finds out that at the end of the game, he could have eventually win this game, because it could have been winning the match, yeah? But after rook f6, I do have the move queen g4. No, of course, not queen e4 check, yeah, because you go king h6. But with queen g4 check, it looks like the game still continues. So definitely engines are incredible in this position. They will find some triangle with the king and everything to make things work. But with 10-20 seconds on the clock, it's just impossible to sort it out. And would be very interesting to hear how could have Levon won. Please chat, tell us, because this had to be some brilliant computer line after queen f7.
So queen c4, a big threat in this position. And once again, chat, Peter is calling out for your help. So tell us, what was the winning line? Because we did see the evaluation bar absolutely love white's position here. Peter, you mentioned something interesting.
I see some beastly move. I mean, it made sense for me during the game, but I cannot believe. I mean, if I would not know that white has a win, then I would not even mention this move. But looking at this, look at this. Black still is kind of tight, and he doesn't have a defense against knight g5. But let's hear the truth. Yeah, b3, rook takes e8, rook takes e8, b3, and white wins. But the lines are still completely crazy.
Completely crazy, because we're being told one of the ideas in the position, and of course this is not something that any human can find on the board, but something very fascinating to look at, just how beautifully engines solve these positions. Besides knight g5, there's also the idea, for example, of h4 and h5. We are being told h4 would support knight g5, maybe after a move like rook g8. Defending against knight g5, you have the option to play h4, again reigniting the threat of knight g5. And one more insane line. Yeah, it's just full of insane lines, Peter. I'm not even sure how complicated, but finding a move like b3 down to seconds, just impossible for anyone.
Yeah, and there is apparently the other solution with rook d1. Basically, the key is to meet queen c4 with bishop d3. With b3, you stop any kind of queen c4. And after the move like rook e7, there is some knight h4 brilliancy also coming. I mean, all kinds of things. But definitely, the key idea is to take control of queen c4 check. But with few seconds on the clock, it's so difficult to understand how do you react.
Also incredible that black is a full rook up in this position, but white's pieces and that pawn on f6 are killing black's position so much that it doesn't even matter that he actually has an extra move to make himself safe and keep all the threats intact at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating construction. And the move b3, you know, it appeared to me during the broadcast already, but it's the move you see, but you simply don't believe that it's really possible, because you give the extra move. It seems like black should be able to coordinate the forces. The line, this rook e8, b3, rook g8, h4 is of course a stunner. Yeah, that you suddenly play a quiet move like h4, and there is apparently no real defense against knight g5. Truly stunning.
Computer lines just always leave us absolutely breathless in such positions. But I think it's very understandable just missing this idea of b3 down to seconds. Your own king is in danger. And rook e6, a big blunder, after which it was Raja who was pushing for the win. And the other thing, Peter, that you mentioned, which was very interesting to me, was that when we were having a chat about this game, I said, you know, a big setback for Levon to not be able to finish this game off. He's trailing Rajabov. And you also mentioned that, yes, but also a big setback for Rajabov, because in the end, it was him who had all the chances with the black pieces. And I'm just wondering, for which player is it actually, does it actually matter more? Because we see this happen so many times in chess games. One player is winning almost throughout the game, dominating the game, but in the end, in the time scramble, something goes wrong, and it's in fact the other player to whom the advantage moves to. Do you think that this is actually, for me, besides even the math situation, which makes it clear that Levon had to win, I think this is a much bigger miss for Lev, and Rajabov, despite drawing a winning position in the end, can breathe easy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, now he has two white games, and the very next game he plays with the white pieces, he will definitely try something. Definitely he has prepared. The big question also is, now Levon deviating from his usual way of playing with the black pieces? Is it already the right moment, or will he still, you know, stick to his strategy that, okay, safety first with black? I mean, let me first draw that game somehow, and then put all my energy on the white game. If I manage to equalize, then I don't have to go crazy with the black pieces, because after all, trying to win with black, you have to take extensive risks, and then leave it for the very last game for black if he needs to win on demand to go all in and go completely crazy. That's the big question. For the moment, for Rajabov, nothing changed. He can stick to his strategy without thinking about the result, because probably that's what he expected, that, okay, yeah, it's going to be a very tough, challenging game, but if I survive this very first game, then I know how I'm going to proceed in the next couple of games.
Yes, big question, and time is running out for Levon Aronian. He is currently playing catch up to Rajabov's sensational first set win in that final game with the black pieces in Berlin. And Rajabov, a difficult start today. Levon looked like he was so close, but still so far as Rajabov with resourceful play managed to hold. Not even sure if it was resourceful play, but just a very difficult position for black and for white as well to find that idea of keeping things together with the move b3. Peter, in all that action, we completely forgot to take a look at our other game. Let's in which it was in fact Maxime Vachier-Lagrave who won the first game. We knew, something very wrong happened because we felt that Maxime was completely lost out of the opening.
Yeah, it went completely out of control right from the beginning for him. Dubov was just kind of crushing him, but somehow it might feel, that Dubov was carried away by all too many possibilities. And after knight f6, he played the move g5. And now I see that suddenly black was able to play the move knight takes d5. The motive which we have been discussing right at the very beginning when white for the first time played the move d4, d5. Black could have captured with knight takes d5 that pawn, looked much safer than what Maxime has done. Let's take a look how did this game continue. So queen d2, knight b4. I'm pretty sure that Daniel did not miss the move knight takes d5. He might have just felt, that after f5, I'm opening up the f file, the knight gets the chance of grabbing on d6. It's no way it's not going to be checkmate. And then after knight d3, all of a sudden, it seems like if white is not winning by force, black just won a very important central pawn. He activated his knight to d3, the other knight can come to e5. All of a sudden, black king is quite safe. With h6, he breaks white's pawn structure, gets the h file, and things are out of control. He went on to win. But already their next game has started, so probably we have to switch right back there.
This is just so entertaining, Peter. I have to say, we have this one matchup between Rajabov and Levon, which has a completely different feel and vibe. There you see these two world-class players playing the kind of chess you expect out of them. Extremely strong power play by both sides. There are some hits and misses, but it just feels like such incredible ideas over the board. And then you have this matchup where I have to say both these players, it just looks like they're on tilt.
Yeah, well, you mentioned this already, that fighting for the third place, it's not exactly the same, because fighting for the finals, it's kind of the logical outcome. You have won the semifinals, you have all this energy, all this adrenaline working in you. And also, let's not forget that this whole tournament, the whole Airthings Masters, is played after Christmas, New Year's Eve, and so on. I believe it might also play some role that, until you are winning, you keep all this energy, you keep all this focus and everything. And then with this New Year celebration, you just got knocked out from reaching the final. You automatically are in a different planet, okay, I'm going to play. It's nice that we have this third game match. And we see that so far, all 5 games had been decisive. It's like the players play a little bit much more relaxed. They just want to play entertaining chess, but result is not the main priority for them.
But it's not just the result. We've seen so much turnaround in this matchup, especially. We leave a position, we feel one side is winning, just a few moves later, it completely changes. The result is just unpredictable. But I agree with you, for the fans and for the audience, it's extremely entertainment to watch this. But I think given an option for Daniel and Maxime, they would be just very happy to not have this match to fight for a third place and just go equal on the prize money.
Yeah, that could also be, and it's not just the prize money, but also we are talking about the tour. Yeah, and there are all these tour points and everything, and in the overall standing, actually, it does matter. So I'm wondering whether the players really, understood the whole system, because this is a whole new chess tour with completely new dynamics, with all this point system and so on compared to the very first tour. And there are a lot of points at stake. It's like 10 points difference, which can make a very huge difference at the end of the day when these players reach the finals. And the grand final, and both players have chance to reach the grand final. In this regard, they should be much more careful about those 10 points.
Yes, absolutely. Lots at stake. Top points are going to count a lot at the end of it to decide the spots for the grand final. This was another Italian, a different one from the one that we saw between Raja and Lev in the first game. I like this plan of queen e8, queen g6. Also, whenever black is able to trade off that bishop on e6, it does give you these double pawns, but also opens up these dynamics along the f file. Peter, how do you evaluate this position? I like to play such positions with black.
Well, I mean, you might be liking it, but do you like it with the bishop on e7, or you have usually the bishop on a7?
A bishop on a7 would be, of course, the absolute dream scenario of it. But even this position does offer dynamics. But I agree with you that usually if we could just have that bishop on a7, that would be just ideal. Then it would be easy to pick a color.
Yeah, definitely. The point is that even then we would be talking about some natural Italian structure, and like some 5-6 years ago, people thought that such positions are perfectly fine for black with all this open f file. But later practice has showed that with white pawn on a4, this type of structures, even when black has a bishop on a3, white just changes it with bishop e3 and combines play with b4, b5, and then the center break with d3, d4. White is the one who is fighting for advantage there. That's kind of some new modern chess development. Like 10 years ago, people would have loved about that evaluation. But now with this scenario that black's bishop is on e7, it does look a bit passive. On the other hand, we have seen in the very first game of this match that Daniil Dubov set up a very powerful battery along the f file with his rooks, but there he also managed to activate himself in the center. So this is what Maxim now makes good care of, that, you know, he controls already all this type of plays that Dubov used in the very first game, and believes that he might have things under control and not give black all this activity.
So black's last move, knight d7, definitely eyes the next move, d5. You put control over the e5 pawn. So black can be thinking about d5, and the other plan as well, opening up the f file, doubling up on the f file, and maybe someday even sacrificing on f3. We saw that happen in the first game that you mentioned, where Daniel just had this blowout of a sacrifice with rook f3. In fact, Nigel Short even commented on that's not even a sacrifice. That's just the move you make. So lots of ideas for black, but once again, the bishop on e7, making it passive. He's gone bishop d2. Is white trying to get c4, b5 in?
Yeah, it's the big question is, at first glance, it looks like, you know, white has everything under control. It's nice, but when you see that black has all these ideas like going d5 and doubling on the f file, then white really needs a constructive plan. And Daniel has played the move rook f7. Clearly, he needs to double the rooks on the f file, hinting at rook takes f3 sacrifice. And Maxim goes rook f1. What is this rook f1? Does it?
I don't know.
Well, you know, I think I know. The point is that after rook a f8, he has the chance now to move the knight from f3 because he protected the f2 pawn. And this also shows that he is already, you know, having a lot of respect. Yeah, exactly. He goes knight e1. No more rook takes f3. I don't want to let this happen, because in that position, rook takes f3 was a crushing blow, but it might, even in this position, without any crushing value, black can just take, and then we are calling it a positional sacrifice, because after g takes f3, black would, for example, go on to play something like bishop g5. Let's just make two moves. For example, white makes a natural move rook b1, trying to prepare some b4, b5. Black has the option of taking on f3. G takes f3. Now, nothing so crazy happens like in the very first game, but black just goes bishop g5, trades the dark squared bishops. For example, you take on g5, take with queen, and I'm gonna go knight e7, knight g6, knight h4. Yes, you are exchange up, but due to the sport structure, how do you defend against this? Black definitely would not risk anything.
Yes, indeed, a very thematic f3 sacrifice, which if black gets would be beautiful. But I have to say, this construction of rook f1, knight e1 just feels very passive for white, and immediately black taking advantage of that with d5, saying all your pieces have gone back, you're on the defense right now, breaking in the center with d5. I have to say, Peter, that once again, especially now compared to the last 5 moves when we had this conversation, the last 3 moves, liking Black's position a lot right now.
Yeah, Black has definitely equalized, and equalizing means, that he has everything, all the reasons to look forward to a very interesting game, because he has all kinds of ideas. But the final continues, and we see liftoff of the second game, and something very, very interesting happens. Levon plays the Grunfeld himself, just as Maxim has done against Levon. Okay, that was not such a big surprise because it was Maxim's main opening, but suddenly after the Grunfeld, how does Radjabov react? He reacts exactly with the very same line what Levon used against MVL to knock him out from the semifinals. Very interesting to see how Levon will fight against his own weapon. He captured on c3, b takes c3, c5, e3, knight c6. And this is already interesting, because I believe that in this game that we have been commenting, White captured on d5 first, and after queen d5 played the move e3, and after c takes d4, Levon kind of shocked Maxim with queen takes d4, because all of a sudden, due to the fact that the rook on h8 is hanging, Black captured on d4, cd4, and White reached this endgame, which he went on later to win and knock Maxim out of the semis. But now after Radjabov playing the move e3, Levon goes knight c6, and now after cd5, queen d5, you see again Radjabov wanting to trade the queens. He goes queen f3, and now Levon keeps the tension with queen d7. Very, very interesting developments.
So queen d7 played, and the first thing now for a non-Grunfeld player or somebody who doesn't react to the Grunfeld in this way, the first thing that does come to mind is that you need to complete your kingside development. So does White now go bishop c4 or bishop b5? Is that the way for White to continue now that Black has declined any queen trade?
Yeah, well, basically also let's try to understand what's in store for us. Yeah, the move bishop b5 had been played, and Levon immediately plays the move a6. The point is that yes, the Black queen on d7 is kind of ugly because it stops the development of the bishop, but it does control the c6 square, and he makes sure that he goes for the endgame with a completely different structure, and White having committed giving up his light square bishop. That's a very, very huge difference. Radjabov definitely plays the move knight f3. D takes c5 would have been a terrible blunder, because first of all, you don't need such pawns, and you should never take such pawns, because Black gonna play probably f6, tripling e5, and he wins that pawn back immediately and gets a wonderful structure and lovely two bishops. So White makes sure that whenever Black captures on d4, he's gonna take back with the c pawn, and then the weakness on c6 compensates for the two bishops.
Mm-hmm.
Knight f3.
And we again see Radjabov around 13 minutes, while Lev has more time than what he started with. Well, so far in the match, it feels that Lev at least has his opening strategy very clear and has managed to surprise Raja to a certain extent with his opening choices.
Well, definitely Grunfeld is an opening that Levon actually plays from time to time, and in his youth, I think he had been an exclusive Grunfeld player, so he feels the position very much. And as Peter Svidleven joining us for that match on that day on 1st January also mentioned that Levon has so much experience from the white side, and he has studied so many different setups against the Grunfeld that basically that experience from the white side plus his childhood experience and enables him to be ready to employ the Grunfeld any moment when he feels that he wants to disbalance his opponent and he wants to come up with a surprise as quickly as possible. But look at this. There is something, because this is quite a slow game. Let's just quickly go back. Is Daniel Dubov crushing MVL now with the black pieces? Look at this. I mean, let's just go back 2 moves where we left after queen e2. Now, black plays the move knight f6. We had been talking about that black has full equalized and it seems like he's taking over the initiative. But how quickly things escalate here after knight f6, knight c2, Tania used the chance going with h5, a very typical way of hitting the knight on g3. Maxim kind of protects the e4 pawn, but it runs into h4, knight h1, knight h5. Now, black is threatening to go bishop g5, trading off the dark squared bishops, and then jumping in with the knight on f4 with devastating effect. I mean, let's just illustrate a few moves if white does nothing. If white just plays rook a b1, I'm going to go bishop g5, for example. You trade on g5, I trade. You make a move, something like b5. I jump in with knight f4, hitting your queen. And after moving your queen anywhere, you run into knight h3, checkmate. Doesn't really matter where you put your queen. So this whole construction with queen on g5 and the knight on f4 gives all these dangers for the position. And that's why Maxim had nothing else than to give up this pawn immediately. He did play the move knight f2. Now black collects the f3 pawn for free. But at the other hand, thanks to this pawn sacrifice, white gets access to the g4 square. So it's kind of a positional sacrifice. Rook goes back to f7. But it was more like he was forced to do so in order to stay in the game rather than this being his big plan right from the beginning.
Yeah, the whole thing just feels like a big catastrophe for Maxim. Even in game one, just completely lost out of the opening. Yes, he managed to bounce back because Daniel having his own misadventures. Peter, it's just impossible to call out anything in this match between these two players currently. We've seen so many ups and downs. Rook f7, a pair of rooks traded off already. A very healthy pawn up. Yes, there are these two double pawns on the e-file. White offering another rook trade. I think black can actually, Peter, just take it off because you can't go queen f1. The knight on g4 hangs. You'll have to take it with the king. And then even the idea of trading further pieces with bishop g5 just makes a lot of sense to me. You want to trade off the dark squared bishop so that your knight can jump into f4. But again, I'm too scared to call out any result in this matchup.
Yeah, when looking at the games, one really has the feeling that that Daniel is dominating Maxim over the board. But when we look at the results over a standing, Maxim is leading 3-2. I think this should really kind of be frustrating for Daniel, because it's not that Maxim is playing so well, that's why he's up on the scoreboard, but it's much more that Daniel definitely has not even used half of his chances in this match, because if he would have used half of his chances, the match could have been long finished already. So lot at stake here, very important for Daniel definitely to strike back, because the previous game, he very much knows that he was completely winning, and not winning that, there is only one recipe to recover: win the next game.
And also look at the times, the clock situation. The players have barely taken any time. Again, a narrative that we've been seeing in their games throughout, just playing extremely fast and getting very bad position very early on. Yesterday, in their first set, Daniel was completely winning in the final game as well. Missed out his chances. Maxim was able to strike back then, level the score. But overall, I think position-wise, Daniel has been dominating. But like you mentioned, Peter, result-wise, just hard to call on anything. Here, Maxim declines the bishop trade, falls back to e1. That entire construction with rook f1, knight e1 just looked very questionable, Peter, from the very start, playing like that with the white pieces, giving black such a free hand to get everything that you want from the position. And that's what Daniel has managed to create. Bishop e1, the first thing that comes to mind is, can black just simply continue to improve the pieces with knight f4?
Yeah, and he goes for h3. The point is that it seems that black is pawn up, but I still have the feeling that it's one of the best positions Maxim had ever had in this match, because we have seen him having all those catastrophic positions where it looked like he's gonna be checkmated. Will he survive a few more moves or not? Those were the questions. At the same time, here in this position, he has at least long-term positional compensation. Yes, black is active, black has extra pawn, but yeah, that pawn, these pawns are not really going anywhere. White has this lovely g4 square, and the move h3 basically hints that Daniel does not really care about being pawn up. He wants to get the f4 square forever. So he's willing to give back this pawn. Please take it, but then I get access to the f4 square for my knight or for my bishop in the long terms, and this might be very, very important in this regard. I'm curious to see, will Maxim play a move like g3? No, that's already even too much for Maxim. He did take on h3, and then he played the move bishop c1. Wow, what's that?
To me, both these players just feel like they're on self-destruct mode.
I don't know. Yeah, the point is they are blitzing things out. They don't really want to think. And in this regard, I feel that what you are saying, that yeah, fighting for the third place, it's definitely not the same like fighting the final, because in the finals we would see completely different time management. Yeah, I mean, there the players would make sure that they have things under control because so much is at stake. While it's a lot at stake for the third place, but some other players don't seem to care about this.
And we see your idea of giving up that H pawn, saying you don't care about the material, but getting this very beautiful spot for the knight. It finds itself there. Of course, the pressure is still on white. How white wants to improve his pieces. I do see the bar itself doesn't hate white's position anymore. What is the plan? How can he break in the center? Is c4 an option here? You never take on d5, because then the d3 pawn is really weak and you solve all of black's structural problems. How is white even continuing here?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, this knight on f4 is quite a monster, so something like bishop g3 does come to mind. On the other hand, if you take on f4, black can capture with the bishop, which is also very nice. He also has the option of eventually taking with the e-pawn. One can argue that, yeah, if you eliminate the knight on f4, then the d5 pawn is vulnerable. So that's an argument for bishop g3. Okay, white also has to watch out for something like queen h5, hitting the h3 pawn, and then you might never have the chance of playing bishop g3. So lot at stake. The idea you mentioned, c4, it's interesting because you somehow would like to go for b5. On the other hand, if you play the move c4, then black gets access to the d4 square, and he might use it with a timely knight d4 jump. Tricky stuff. Let us, Maxim, figure it out, because it's by no means trivial what to do, and take a look at how do we progress in the final game the second game in the final between Radjabov and Aronyan. And in order to understand, maybe let's jump back where we left off. That was knight f3. So Levon played the move bishop g7. White plays the move knight e5, basically hinting that, okay, please take my knight. I want to go for this opposite colored bishop position. Bishop f5 played by Levon. He basically says you can't take on c6 yet because of bishop e4, hitting the knight and the bishop on the pawn on g2. So the move f3 is very thematic. White wants to go e4 and basically force black to capture on e5. So Levon takes on e5, takes f6, bishop g3, and now the very, very important and nice move, bishop d3 had been played. Very important that you activate the bishop. You cannot close down the position with c4, because then white would kill the black bishop, and actually after follow it up by rook b1, white would be almost strategically winning here. So it's very, very essential for this that you activate your own bishop with bishop d3. Radjabov plays the very clever move rook d1. Definitely he kind of forces the move c4, or invites the move c4, and he goes rook d2. He wants to get the b5 with rook b2. And that's what we are seeing. Levon answered it with king f7, rook b2, rook h d8, and that's the current position we have on our boards.
I actually really like this maneuver by Raja. Instead, a lot of us would think about moving the king to f2 and playing these natural moves, but immediately taking advantage of timing and going rook d1 with the tempo, rook d2, before black is able to defend against this threat along the b file. Also, this makes sure that black never gets a successful e5, because then you'll have a rook b7 check in. e4. Eventually, white wants to get the king to f2, activate the other rook. The most important piece in white's position is that bishop on g3. Now, it looks the bishop on d3 is a stronger bishop, but I have to say that that's not the case, because the most critical key square is the b8 square. As long as black is not able to trade on b8, white maintains pressure. Peter, it might be objectively equal, but I think a lot more pleasant to play with white, especially better pawn structure, easier moves to make.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, white's position is so nice. Look at this pawn structure. I mean, everything is under control. And the point why the bishop on g3 is so much more useful and powerful than the bishop on d3, because white had the time to bring his rook to b2. Let's just imagine the scenario that white rook from b2 would still be on a1, and it would have been black who would have had the time to go rook a7, rook b7, and then we would be saying that, yeah, this bishop on d3 is so much more useful than the bishop on g3. So all these small things are making a huge difference, and now Levon, I think, is being nervous. He wants to change the character of the position. He goes for the move c6, c5, a very, very natural human move. I see that the engine bar did not like this move, but humanly speaking, I think you kind of feel that you have to make this move. White does not want to take on c5, because then you have all the time in, okay, actually it's a pawn, but you don't really care about the pawn. It's more about the activity. I would argue that white would like to play the move d5, when black probably wants to break with f6, f5, and that's what matters of the position. And maybe this f6, f5 break was really disturbing white, because then his construction might fall apart. And Rajabov decided that, okay, you gave me the pawn, let me take it, and please prove me your compensation.
And he needs to prove compensation, because actually black can't pick up this pawn very easily with rook c8, because you simply defend it with bishop f2.
But then I go rook b8, then I feel that I tricked you, then I'm very happy.
And rook b6?
But you have rook b6. Exactly at the moment when I want to be very happy, you calm me down with rook b6. And I have to say, oops, yeah, that's bad news. Because if you are able to keep the b5 closed, then this bishop on f2 is now a very powerful bishop.
King d2 coming in next, and you'll take out your rook eventually. King e3, rook d1, rook d2, rook b2. Black, very difficult to find a play for black, Peter. And I think this idea that you pointed out, that white couldn't go d5 because of f5, was actually the whole key. And now, yes, this position, and then suddenly black creates the counterplay, breaks the center. But after d takes c5, let's try and find where is black's initiative, because he can't win the pawn back immediately.
Yeah, he can't, and not just he can't win back, but he cannot create his counterplay. And in this regard, the big question is that maybe black has to try to set up some fortress. Yeah, I mean, forget about activity. And the question is, how do you set up a fortress? You go, for example, rook ac8, and after bishop f2, you try to, set up something on c6 and try to break with f5, because it feels like you have to break this e4 pawn. This e4 pawn is very, very powerful, that maybe something like f5, try to get rook to c6, and if you go rook b6, then never take on b6, but to protect it with rook dc8, and claim that, yes, it's opposite colored bishops, then I'm gonna put my rook to e6 and try to force you to take on e6, and then I'm slowly getting out, because after all, my bishop on d3 does cover the very important b1 square, so bringing the rook from h1 into the game is not so easy for white. So let me make a couple of moves and with the black pieces, and you can play with white. So I'm gonna play rook a8.
Just want to point out one thing after rook c8. When you were talking about this line, the first question I asked myself, why not go rook b6 first, create my counterplay against the a pawn, and not allow rook c6? But the problem is that you take on c5, and after rook a6, you have this rook b5, very annoying move, and then suddenly you have all the initiative in the position, and these are the kind of dangers that can exist for white. So you don't have time to stop rook c6 with rook b6. So undoubtedly, after rook c8, the move is bishop f2.
Yeah, I guess so. Because, yeah, that's what I'm dreaming about, getting counterplay, and this move bishop f2 does bother me. Now, the big question is, with which move order do I start? Do I go f5 immediately? Probably I'm gonna go for f5 immediately. Just
All right, so got to make some decisions here. What do we do with the e pawn? The first, Peter, instinctively, you almost want to play e5 here, trying to keep everything under control. Would that be the right approach?
well, no, I'm not liking the move e5. Maybe it's not a bad move, but I see. Okay, the point is, I would love to play with black f4, put rook c6, and then king e6, king f5. You know, g5, h5, g4. I see all these things coming, and I see that my structure is very, very nice. I get very excited. The question is, however, after f4, you might play the move rook b6, stopping all these things on the 6th rank, and I regret rushing with the pawn to f4. And in this regard, maybe I do need this rook c6 move in order to get the 6th rank under control, so that after rook b6, I'm going to go rook dc8.
We're going to see this on the board, Peter. Rook c8, bishop f2 played.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. It was kind of very natural. The big question will be here how Levon proceeds, because it's kind of irritating that after rook c6, rook b6, I have to waste this tempo with rook dc8. On the other hand, it might be very important that I get this rook to c6 in order to fight against not the rook on b6, but the control of the 6th rank. That's what really bothers me, the control of the 6th rank. If you get a rook on b6 and my rook is stuck on c8.
I think for white, like you're saying, the big question for black is how to get the timing right. For white, the big question is how to react after f5. For me, e5 felt like something that I would play over the board, especially with little time on the clock. And Peter, we're going to see what it is that Raja has in mind to the very critical f5. Two options: you either trade on f5 or you go e5. Is there a third option here?
Well, I think that there might be a third option. I mean, even a move like rook b6, I would not completely rule out, because simply, and the other thing is to take ef5, gf5, and then put rook on b6. But then I felt like, okay, let's just show this. After rook b6, there might be some new dynamics with some rook d5, rook e5 check. Going after my king, you might be also able to activate your rook via rook g8, hitting my g2 pawn. So that's why I'm not such a big fan of e takes f5, but okay, it's certainly an option. One other thing that came to mind after f5 is, do I have the chance of just playing a move like rook b6? And I simply sacrifice this pawn, you take fe4, I take fe4, you maybe take on e4, and then I use suddenly a move short castle, which all of a sudden is possible. And I try to activate my rook. I try to insist that, you know, now I'm already able to hunt the a6 pawn. I might get my bishop to d4, and it's going to be with check. Where do you move your king? I mean, rook b6 is also a move that I would not completely rule out.
Especially after this line that you're pointing out of white managing to suddenly develop the rook with a castle, not a move that we had in mind because of this bishop on d3. Rook b6 starts making a lot of sense. But take a look at this, Peter. Raja decides to make the move that you mentioned is something that you're not comfortable with because of the counterplay that it offers black along the e and the g file. Taking with the g pawn seems like the natural good choice here. Rook b6 is met by this rook d5, very tricky move. Although white has bishop d4 there, e5 starts getting very messy. Let's take a look at what happens after gf5 now.
Yeah, gf5 looks very, very natural because, okay, you want to keep this structure. But okay, the move e takes f5 was the most natural. I just wanted to, you know, to explain that, yeah, the most natural move e takes f5 also brings some danger. Yeah, that's why it's not played a tempo, and it's also not entirely clear if it's really the very best move. Yes. Part of being the most natural one, and Levon taking his time. He doesn't have so much time. I mean, he's done to 3 minutes 45 seconds. He did capture g takes f5.
Because I think after bishop f5, Peter, the point you mentioned that it gives white the opportunity to go short castle and bring that rook into the game. So you never want to make that move, actually. I think the only thing that perhaps Lev was thinking about is whether he wants to immediately try and create something with rook d5 in the position. So he took a little time, eventually decided, because rook d5 could be an interesting option here as well. It's opposite color bishop. It's all about getting your piece activity, trying to hunt down the king in some ways, but decided that it's one pawn too many and captured back on f5 immediately. Now the big question is for Raja. How does he still the h1 rook completely out of play? The king on e1 stuck in the center. Rook b6 seems like the line that we need to look at. What is Black's reply? Is Black going rook g8 or is he going rook d5 after rook b6?
Yeah, also the big question is that, for example, from Black side, if it's Black to move, is something like f5, f4 a real positional threat? Because that would really disturb me also from the white side. All of a sudden, I would lose all the dark squares. So in this regard, I would really love to somehow control the dark squares, maybe even with, but then that's the question. Yeah, that's the tricky part, that you go bishop e3, which invites some e5, f4 ideas. Yeah, and Timur did play the move bishop e3, because if it's next move, he's able to play king f2 and rook e1, then white has everything under control and will be a very nice pawn up. The problem of e7, e5 is that it weakens the 7th rank, and all of a sudden white might be giving the check and Black king will start to feel uncomfortable. But let me take a look at this line. Yeah, so let me play e5.
All right, I am very tempted to give a check on b7, or do we start with bishop? Okay, let's start with the check.
Yeah, you start with the check. Okay, that's understandable. The big question, where do I put my king? Okay, for the moment, let's just imagine that I put it back on g8. I'm not feeling so comfortable with it, but okay, I want to see if I get my pawn to f4, what is happening in the position.
I don't want to make the move king f2 because I feel that after f4, I want that square for my bishop. So it's a bit, it's not so easy to find a move. Can I actually fight your threat of f4 with a move like, oh, I was going to say g3, but f4 as well?
Yeah, I mean, f4 is very tempting, but it also opens up many things. Yeah, after e takes f4, you might play the move bishop d4, but then I have this rook e8 check. Suddenly I'm also getting very active and position gets completely out of control if you capture back on f5. I also have the check. In this regard, what you were mentioning, g3 makes a lot of sense, just trying to stop f4, and at the same time, whenever f4 happens, then after gf4, white will have rook g1, and Levon goes f4 immediately.
He says he's not going to give white any opportunity to stop this. So the point is he's trading the f pawn for the c pawn. Bishop f4 played, rook c5. King f2 feels like the move you want to make with white.
Yeah, king f2, but now probably the point is that at some point Black might have the move rook b5, and it's kind of very important that, you know, the rook on b2 cannot be supported by the other rook. Yeah, king f2 played.
And there was no way to fight rook b5 anyway.
Yeah, and if you have to take rook b5, a b5, yes, you are pawn up, but I improve my structure. I got rid of your very powerful rook. I might be threatening rook a8. Of course, you can set up something like a3, rook a8, bishop c1, and protect everything. But I do feel that this structure already also gives Black very, very good practical drawing chances.
And meanwhile, Peter, the madness in the other game continues. Someone's going to get mated unless there's an immediate perpetual check.
Yeah, I'm expecting a perpetual check there. Let's just jump right in there. And again, Maxim saves at least a dubious position. I mean, we don't know exactly how bad it was, but certainly it did look like very unpleasant. And due to the mating threats, it seems like Black has to force a perpetual.
All right, so queen d1, queen d2 is what we're expecting, and that should end in a draw. So let's go back to our main game. Rook b5 played.
Yeah, rook b5 played. If you don't want to trade on b5, you still have the move rook d2. Maybe there is an argument, yeah, because if white anyway gets rook d2, rook e1, and bishop e5, somehow transfers the bishop to this diagonal to e5, then it seems like he has everything under control, and then he might be able to just, you know, push g4, h4, king g3, very nicely forcing things. I do believe that somehow rook d2 is more tempting than taking on b5. Yeah.
Also, taking on b5 means just giving an a2 target for white, for Black, which is you know, somewhere white might get a desirable b4 break, creating a c passer. The a2 pawn falls weak. You connect Black's pawns. And he goes for it, Peter. He goes for the trade on b5.
Yeah, he goes, yeah, I feel, that there is a lot at stake. It's the final, and Radjabov always wants to make the most safe choice because he understands that he's a little bit better. I mean, he can squeeze this position. And just in case, because, for example, after Rook D2, what I was mentioning, if White gets all the time in the board, it's fantastic for White. But Black definitely going to go Rook D7, Rook DB7, and create his own counterplay with Rook B2. And probably this is what Radjabov does not want. I mean, any position where he sees counterplay for Levon, it's enough sign, to say, stop. Do I need it? No, I don't need it. Then let's not do it. And he takes on B5. Basically, here he knows that, yes, there is a target on A3, which I can always protect with Bishop C1, and nothing is going to happen to me. And I'm still anyway able to exert some kind of pressure. And that's all he needs at the moment.
At the moment, absolutely. Given the match situation, he's keeping things under control. He doesn't go for Bishop C1. He goes for Rook A1 instead. Bishop C1 just felt like the move that you want to make so that your Rook can perhaps come to E1, E5. And Peter, I'm failing at trying to understand why Rook A1.
Well, I don't know. It probably does. First of all, it doesn't really make much of a difference. That's probably the most important thing, that it doesn't really matter. And on the other hand, he still does not want to let Black play the move E7, E5. But now with Rook A6, I don't know. Does White, yeah, maybe he wants to put his bishop on E5. That's his point, to cover the E5 square and then start advancing, F4, G4, H4, H5, King E3. Maybe that's the setup Radjabov has in mind. And you know what? It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, let me just, because now your next move would be most probably a move like Rook E6, which can still be answered by Rook A2, and I might be activating my other Rook to B2. So yeah, Rook A1 in fact was a very, very classy move.
Yeah, very classy move when a top grandmaster breaks it down for us, Peter.
Well, I mean, first I was also not exactly getting the point, but now I see what Raja is up to. I mean, Timur is also very, very nice. This. I mean, he feels all these nuances. He likes it. He also loves not to give his opponent any kind of counterplay, any kind of activity. He is just a master of all this.
And as you mentioned, at some point, White wants to start advancing the king side pawns, H4, G4, hopefully try and get that bishop on D4. The question is, where is Black's fortress? And this is quite an, I think, key moment, Peter, because just before Rook A1 was played, I think Bishop C1 just felt like the move you want to make. You want to use a piece of a lower value to defend your pawn. But actually, this bishop on D4 would control a lot more, and the rook from A1, rook A2 can be transferred into the game from the B2 square at any point. Very interesting decision, and Raja, without waiting to place the bishop anywhere, immediately starts his pawn majority advance on the king side.
Yeah, exactly, and it's very big question. I mean, from Black side, you are somehow nervous in this position because you might have this feeling that in long terms, you are not able to hold it. And in this regard, you feel the pressure that you have to, immediately do something. And King E6 indicates this, that Levon wants to go King D5 and try to get E5 in. He wants to control the E5 square. Probably he was also kind of worried that White cements this bishop on E5 at some point. And if you get the king to D5, the only way of taking control of the E5 square would be to leave the A3 pawn and go Rook E1. But that gives the A3 pawn, and after A3 pawn also the C3 pawn is hanging. So in this regard, Rook A6 and King E6 are two great moves by Levon because he signals that, I want to get counterplay at all costs. I will not stay passive.
H4, so immediately goes with the plan of King D5 and trying to break with E5, E4.
Well, to break with E4, it's not possible because after E5, you're going to move the bishop to E3 and any kind of E4 move would be met by F4. Yeah, but it's very nice to get E5 in because then White will never really have an easy F4 move. And you just sit and wait. Then already you have this feeling that you might be able to just sit in your position. But White will definitely improve with King G3 and rely on his dangerous passer. Maybe something like g5, g6, h6, h6 might be an idea, when black might have to give back the pawn immediately with g5 in order to control with the bishop the h7 square. Yeah, all these pawn movements, all these dynamics are very much in the position.
Actually, the more you look at this position, the more you realize that that is actually perhaps the only plan that white has, is to create this h passer. Rook a8 played, and can white try and enact on it immediately, or is black also potentially threatening rook f8, bishop e4, but white will just sidestep with the king to g3. Is g5 something that he wants to play here?
Well, I think first the most natural move is to put the king to g3. I mean, you feel that the king anyway belongs there, and if black plays then the move like rook f8, you have the move rook a2, covering the e2 square, because black might be able to hint at bishop e2, and all of a sudden you come with rook b2 attacking the b5 pawn. That's the big dynamics, and it's quite a scary thing for black, because he has to take care of his b5 pawn, and he has to watch out for all these breaks on the king side. It's not clear if it's possible, you know, to control all these things. But Rajabov wants to make use of this, that he wants to go bishop g5, bishop e7, transfer his bishop to this diagonal so that the b4 pawn will be protected and get a free rook. Is this, you know, something that white really wants? Levon indicates with his move king e6 that he does not want to give him the chance of going for bishop e7.
And the one thing is that at least after the bishop is on g5, white can't immediately get the g5 break in. And also another update of our second game from the other match, Daniel Dubois, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did end in a draw in that position with the perpetual. So that means Maxime Vachier-Lagrave still leads with a point in the final set for the fight for the third place. King e6 on the board here. Peter, I was also just thinking about, if we just back up from bishop e3 when the king was on d5, right here, you know, we were talking about the dynamics of trying to create a passer with g5, just to show where black's play really lies. A move like g5, if you try and hurry up too much, can be met by rook f8, hitting that pawn on e4, threatening bishop e4, and now king g3, suddenly there's bishop e2 on the board, and we see that the h5 pawn and the f3 pawn are under attack, and then white ends up losing one of them. So still a couple of tricks and tactics in the position that white has to take care of, but the good thing is that Raja is up on the clock as well. He goes bishop h4, saying he has all the time in the world, and king d5, signaling that I'm okay with the transfer of the bishop to e7.
Yeah, because after bishop h4, you know, the danger was that, yeah, white wants bishop g3, rook e1, and always adjusting yourself to a new situation with 1.5 minutes on the clock. You know, if you suddenly feel that in order to understand what is happening, I have to burn another 30, 40 seconds, is it worth it? Practically speaking, with this clock situation, probably the answer is no. And Levon tries to be practical. He decides to go for king d5. And look at this now, the clock situation equaled out. Finally, Rajabov, having a very nice time advantage, has caught up with Levon on the clock. This is certainly something that pleases Levon now. Rook a2. Yeah, White gets this rook b2. I mean, that's the problem. If white gets rook b2 in the right moment and gets to the b5 pawn, if he gets to the b5 pawn, it might mean that he also gets to the e5 pawn. Because imagine something like bishop g3, rook b2, and then rook takes b5. You can give the a3 pawn because you hit the e5 pawn, when you will have very nice connected pawns. So Levon goes back with the king to d5 in order probably to meet rook b2 with king c6 in the critical moment. Yeah, but I mean, it looks, you know, that in practical terms, white has very, very good chances. I mean, saying that this is practically winning, it's probably too much, but I mean, how do you defend this with black? There are too many things you have to take care of. You cannot do any harm to your opponent. You cannot really create any threats, and white will just improve his position, get the 10 seconds on the clock each time, so clock will never be a critical factor. And at one point, and Levon goes h6. He does not want to let this g5 construction happen.
But then, Peter, every move they say in chess has its own consequences, and h6, yes, it stops g5, but that now means that h6 is a weakness because it's on the color of White's dark squared bishop. Any move from that rook might end in bishop f8. White also might have a timely g5. Of course, not in this position, but more importantly, h6 becomes a big weakness in Black's camp. And I think the point is that Raja can just play this endlessly. He's got this b5 weakness on the queen side. He's got this h6 weakness on the king side, combined with threats of a tactically supported pawn advance. He can shuffle around with his rook. Just Black has so many sides to kind of keep together, and with just 50 seconds, playing on seconds, it's extremely tough for Levon, but very crucial for him to hold this game, Peter. Otherwise, it's very bad news.
Yeah, otherwise it's almost mission impossible. I mean, he has to win 2 games on demand. That's for the moment, I mean, seeing this match, it feels impossible. I mean, we have seen incredible turnarounds in the other match, so I would not dare to say anything like that's it or it would be decisive. But definitely a very big step for Rajabov, and Levon has to make sure that he survives this game somehow. His chances lie on the fact that, Taimur is also low on the clock. He only has 35 seconds. Again, the position is such that Taimur can always make a couple of moves, move the king, move the rook. Nothing can happen. He gets the extra 10 seconds. Black doesn't have this luxury. I mean, Black has to be alert. Black has to always watch out. One single mistake, one inaccuracy can cost the game and the match. Bishop d3 back.
Played. So White also has this bishop c5, bishop e3 ideas. After moving that king to f2, he's vacated the e3 square now to eye the h6 pawn. I just feel that there are too many weak vantage points for White on the board, for Black on the board. And bishop e3 hitting the h6 pawn.
Yeah, and now we see exactly this line, bishop c5, bishop e3. Now the b5 pawn will fall with check. Yeah, Levon goes king c6. However, after taking on h6, how do you dream of stopping those pawns? I don't. And look at this. Rajovian says, I don't want to give you any counterplay. I believe that I can take on h6 and it should be winning, but my main concern is not to give you any chances. And if you protect with the move rook h8, I'm gonna open up with h3, a4, and then I anyway get my rook active. It's just a question of time till your pawn on h6 gonna fall.
Wow, Raja really just squeezing Black's position here, and bishop h6, rook a3, bishop d2 just felt like something that was easy to do, but instead just keeping everything under control. Rook a2, putting more pressure on Lev down to 12 seconds, shaking his head. E4 hits his position. I don't know, Peter, how is Black can't even dream of surviving it. He just simply takes on h6. Rook f8 is not a possibility anymore. g4, h5 are passes. This looks all over for Levon.
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't have, you have to go ready b4. You have to give this pawn in order to create a passer yourself with c3. However, White has 4 passers, and the bishop from h6 always covers this c1 square. The king is very close as well. I mean, White had to do this. Black had to do this, but it will not really help to create anything.
King e3, can't go c2, simply picks up the bishop on d3. The bishop on h6 has everything under control. Bishop b1 and just rook f2 now. Yeah,
well, this position.
Okay, but Black is going to take on a3 next. So
yeah, but even this is very nice. Yeah, that you move the rook away. But Rajov does not want to give any chances. I wanted to say that you can move the rook away. You take on a3, I go king d4, and after c2, I bring the bishop back to c1, and all of a sudden your bishop on b1 is completely blocked. and then how on earth you're gonna protect my pawns? But exactly also here this thing apply. I mean, the bishop on b1 is out of the game, and Rajabov just wants to say that, you know, I'm gonna start pushing my pawns. Of course, first bringing back the bishop to c1, and how you gonna stop this? But still, placing the rook on a1, it's not something I wanted to allow, but okay, he probably feels that it doesn't matter at all, everything is winning.
King b3, king b2, is that something that might give black any chances at all?
No, king b3 will be answered by bishop c1, and that's the point, that due to the fact that I created a passer, you cannot activate your rook. You cannot really activate the rook because I will be in time to promote my queen. And otherwise, I'm also pushing the h pawn, so also with bishop a2, you stop my rook. I'm gonna insist on queening my other pawns. Levon down to, rook a6 played. Back to 19 seconds, yeah, bishop c1. And now white just gonna push h6 and combine both pawns, h and the a pawns, advancing. That's it. Rook f6 check.
King g2 and played, and now the h pawn moves, the a pawn moves. This is game over for Lev on Aronian, which would mean that Lev has to win 2 games back to back to force a tiebreak.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, usually I don't like to
even go bishop a3, pick up the rook, because there is the c1 thing, so you don't do that, but you go, he's gone with a6. But still, Peter, now he has to move the bishop, because a7 you still might be able to take on c1, rook g1 and queen.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, bishop a3 check is also a check, and then you push the pawn, and you can always sacrifice your bishop for the pawn. Timur goes bishop e3, it's the same idea. I just don't see the
a7
way to
coming
survive.
next. This is just over.
Yeah, rook d3 played.
And Lev just shaking his head. Rook d1, it's bishop a3 probably next. He's gone bishop a6, so he's going to go rook d6. Is still a possibility.
Yeah, but actually, I mean, it's completely winning. Rook d6, you can go a7, and after takes, a8 queen, and after c1 queen, rook takes b1, queen b1, rook, queen b8 check.
This is beautiful line, Peter. I think we might be seeing that. Can you just, maybe you can just show it?
Yeah, a7 takes, you go a8 queen, black goes c1 queen. You might be able to checkmate, but I mean, just rook b1, queen something is all you need.
Raja's gonna find this, and has he gone for it?
No, he doesn't need to find it because he knows it. I mean, you have to find it if you don't know it, but
on the board, the board.
Yeah, that's it.
What an incredible performance by Rajabov, Peter. I have to say, so far, this final has been between the 2 best performers of the Airthings Masters. But out of the games that we have seen, Raja has just had a power play, such a dominating performance. Levon Aronian has to win 2 games back-to-back to force a tiebreak. Third game is about to lift off a very crucial one. It all might be over for the Armenian superstar. In the next game, he has to do miraculous things, is what it seems like, to come back into this match. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back for a very critical game 3.
Thank you for taking the time to watch this short video on an extremely exciting project that I've been part of, and I hope that you will join in my journey to become a better attacking player by becoming a student of this course. Now, I've been working on a basically 29-30 hour video course on the art of the attack in chess. It's been a mammoth project for me. It's taken a lot out of me, but it's been so rewarding, and you can be rewarded as well by becoming a student of this course. Now, the art of the attack is one of the most famous chess books ever written. It's one of those books you have to have. Any grandmaster you talk to will tell you that this book is just a classic. It's a classic book on attacking. It was written by Vladimir Vukovic, who had a long life in chess, born in 1898 and died in 1975. A Croatian chess master who was a journalist, did varios, but this is his Bible. And it really has been the main text on attacking chess throughout that time. This book tells you how to attack, tells you how to build attacks, when you should attack, how you should finish the attacks off, everything you need to do, defending, how to defend, how to look at your opponent's defensive strategies. Now, my aim as a grandmaster who creates videos and done my own videos, been in the game of creating videos for a long time, is to share the knowledge in that book with you in as fun and an educational way as I possibly can. So my way of doing that is by, of course, keeping as near to the text, but modernizing it and trying to get the key points across to you. Now, let's have a look at the contents very quickly. So the contents here is only 13 chapters, but each chapter is ginormous, and each chapter has so much video content that I've specifically done. And what I've done is I've taken the author's words, I've tried to be as close to them as I can, but giving my modern take on it and giving you the latest in attacking chess. I go through the history of chess, saying how it's evolved according to the author and up to modern days, how you can improve your game by learning and playing in the right way, and the things, really, the main things I'm trying to get you to do is become a better attacking player. After all, if you're a better attacking player at your moment, you'll checkmate him, job done, and you'll feel very rewarded in the process. So we've got many different areas within this book. It basically focuses on nearly every area I can think of to do with attacking chess. So attacking uncastled kings, how you go about that, things to look out for, patterns, what areas to attack, typical sacrifices, everything really. It's just ginormous. The other thing I personally liked about it, being a professional and creating video content and basically collecting data, is the stuff, the sort of games that's included in this are fantastic. They are the best sort of games I've seen anywhere else in demonstrating points. So a lot of effort's gone into finding the right things, and I spent a lot of effort, communicating that to you, and hopefully you'll become a student and join yourself, treat yourself to this journey as well. Now, there's a range of different levels. It starts off quite basic, so this is kind of a book for everyone. Some of the patterns, checkmate patterns, right at the beginning, you can see just demonstrate standard formations that you will get. And as soon as you start to understand these patterns, it will develop into getting into more complicated ones. For example, we have stuff like this checkmate, very simple. And then as you go on, we even look at more atypical, not quite typical checkmates. They're all here. Everything is here. Let's have a look at the so-called legals mate. And this is a famous one in this position, where if black plays something like g6, you can give up your queen to checkmate on d5. All the famous checkmates there, and I'm sure a lot of checkmates that you haven't heard of. Like I said, it's been a real pleasure. I've put my soul into this course. I've learned a lot. I think it's even helped me become a better attacking player, even though that's what I'm known for. And I really hope it will do the same to you. I know it's big. I know it will take a lot of time, but you can dive out of the course, have a look at what bits of the areas you want to look at, come back to it. And I really try to get it across to you in a way that will improve your game. So do go ahead, buy the course, join the party, become a student, and become a better attacking player.
you. All for you. Freedom. Keep your ear to the ground. Talking about the freedom. It's the best show in town. Best show in town. Freedom.
Welcome back for the third game of the finals of the Airthings Masters. Temur Rajabov is just half point away from tournament victory, from winning the first major of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, and with that, booking his spot, being the first player to book his spot into the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a very, very nice technical achievement in the previous game by Rajabov. You know, looking at the score, it might look like Rajabov is dominating the final. It's by far not true, because we have seen that Levon had the big chance in the very first game to strike. And also yesterday, there was a game with the white pieces when he could have made a very good use. And even Rajabov was saying that he felt like he's completely lost. In this regard, I nevertheless feel that, you know, he's the one who makes the most out of his chances. And in some sense, the point is that whenever he gets the chance, it's kind of a logical chance, yeah, that the game has slowly, step by step, logically reached that stage that he's the one who is outplaying his opponent. While in the games when Levon finally creates with some brilliance this chance of winning, then in the rapid game, there are always chances for Rajabov. There are a lot of practical chances, and finally in time scramble, Levon always misses his chance so far. I mean, now he cannot let this happen. First of all, he has to create somehow a chance, which is by far not elementary. I mean, Rajabov has throughout the event showed incredible confidence, very, very good performance. I mean, having things under control. But Levon has to score the point no matter what. Otherwise, Rajabov is the champion of the Airthings Masters.
And I think it was game one of today where Levon's golden opportunity was there and it was missed. The two players are about to lift off really soon. But meanwhile, we do have action in our fight for the third place. Not a pleasant situation for both these players. Of course, they wanted more from the event. But for now, $10,000 at stake, with the third place winner going back with $25,000, while the fourth place gets $15,000. So a little bit of money at stake, actually a lot of money at stake for 1 day's of work, as well as tour points. Maxime Vacher-Lagrave currently leads 1.5 to half. This has been an absolutely unpredictable, topsy-turvy match. The positions have had nothing to do with the final result of the game. And Peter, the most sober position I think we've seen so far between these two is the one on the board right now.
Exactly, yeah. This is now a strategical battle. It all started out again with the same bishop b5 check line. And look at this. Finally now, after suffering in 3 games in the variation with knight d7, Maxime felt like, you know, it's time to deviate. He opted for the bishop d7 line. And let's just see how did we reach this position that we see at the board now. Knight c3, g6, castles, bishop g7, d4. So everything fairly standard. Castles, bishop e3, rook c8, b3, knight g4. Yeah, black immediately goes for white's bishop because white was not in time to get f3 in. So this balancing, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, knight c6. In this case, black makes sure that white doesn't get a stable, typical Maróczy structure. He gets the chance of taking back with the pawn on c6, controlling the d5 square, and queen d2, g5, a very typical way, because again, we see that there are new dynamics whenever white's bishop is on g3. There are new dynamics in the position, and that's why all these things which look like a weakness with g5 are completely justified strategically speaking. We see how the game developed. h3, knight e5, queen e2, knight g6, a very nice regrouping, rook fe1. Basically, black makes sure that he controls all kinds of breaks on the king side, and basically ask white, please show me how you're going to proceed. I'm super solid.
Not really sure. Very difficult to find any weaknesses in black's camp, and that bishop on g7 is absolutely gold. Rook e1 played on the board. How is black going to go bishop d4 next?
Well, I mean, basically I was indicating that, yeah, this bishop has a lovely long diagonal, plus also has access to the d4 square. So whenever it might be important, black can consider going to d4. Right now, it doesn't really make such a big difference, because probably after bishop d4, you're gonna ask this bishop immediately with queen d2 or rook d1. And something like c5, okay, it runs into knight b5 now with double attack on the bishop and knight c7. But anyway, I don't feel that black wants to play this move c5 so quickly,
right,
because it gives away the d5 square. And Maxim has played the move bishop e5. Something of a surprise, because one could argue that the white bishop on g6 is a little bit out of the game, and we have been praising this bishop on g7 so much. But the point probably being that if you capture on e5, that's a big question, because queen e5 is a very comfortable recapture, and then you want to go king g7, maybe some h5, and create counterplay on the queen side. But even a move like d takes e5 is not completely out of, I mean, not something that you would not consider, because suddenly you have access to the d4 square. But still, I feel that queen takes e5 would be the more natural one. And look at this. Then here goes knight d1 after bishop e5. What a reaction. I mean, is this a clever reaction, or is it a over creative reaction?
Well, if it's Daniel, it's definitely over creative, or I don't know, over creative or not, but a creative reaction. Daniel wants to try and get that knight to f5, and he doesn't even care about the e4 pawn for some reason. And that's probably because after queen e4, he has the move queen to h5. You move away from this pin. Well, not a pin, but from queen trades. And let's say king g7 is met by knight g4, hitting that pawn on h6 and hitting that queen on e4. So again, Daniel creating tactics and dynamics on the board. I have to say bishop g3 just felt like a very quick decision taken by Maxime, but that's just been the narrative in this match so far. The two players have just refused to take any time in any position. Knight e3, and he says, I'm not going to allow, I can't take on e4, but I'm also not going to allow your knight to jump to f5 with the move e6. After knight g4, black can still defend the h6 pawn with either queen d4 check or even falling back to g7.
Yeah, actually, it's a big question that after knight g4, how are you going to react? Because if you go queen g7, then I suddenly have time to go rook f1, and I'm going to put my knight on f6, which I believe will hurt black in long terms. In this regard, I do feel that maybe something like a timely queen d4 check.
Also, Peter, g3 is hanging, so maybe that's an additional option.
Exactly, but since he did not capture here on g3, he could have taken on g3. Then white would have gone for knight f5 and then grabbing the h6 pawn, coming back, for example, queen e5, knight takes h6 check, king g7, knight g4, coming back with the tempo. This probably disturbed Maxim. Also, the knight can also jump back to f5 with a check. So definitely, I mean, queen take g3 was not interesting. Black played the move e6, making sure that the f5 square is under control. And if black takes on g3 after knight g4, I'm not sure. Does he want to take, or does he want to give the check on d4? And try to say that if you go king, for example, queen d4 check, king h2, I'm gonna play h5, making sure that your knight will never land on f6. I believe that knight h6 check does not seem to work, because after king g7, queen takes h5, I can pin you with rook h8. That's a nice defense. And if otherwise you, for example, include the move rook d1, I can go back with my queen to g7. And my position makes a lot of sense because I kick the knight away from g4. And Daniel says that, now that you played the move e6, I'm gonna play queen f2. I just gonna protect my f2 pawn. However, then again, black might be in time to get his construction with h5, taking away the g4 square from white knight. Yeah, h5 on the board. And we see a very interesting thing. Look at this. Let's just quickly jump to the other game. The game has not yet officially started. Levon did play the first move e4, but Rajabov is maybe not yet ready. He is not yet there. At least he did not react. So officially the game did not start yet.
E4 on the board, and we're getting a confirmation that Raja is not on his chair yet. So going to be interesting. So that's Levon saying that he knows that he got the position that he wanted in that game one. If it's going to be an e5, Peter, I'm expecting an Italian. No fight in Berlin this time. Just there's no scope. There's no margin for a Berlin.
Exactly. I mean, black is calling the action there. I mean, deciding which line to play. It would be very logical that we see a repeat of the Italian, especially because Rajabov was not entirely convincing, and the game started e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop c4. Yeah, the confirmation is there. We see another Italian. Knight f6, d3, d6. Yeah, Rajabov and Levon anyway going for bishop g5. Okay, that's some kind of a surprise, because one could feel that, if you castle short, it's logical that you go bishop g5, but going for the bishop g5 setup while black still having his king in the center and having additional dynamic options, that's a surprise. So short castle by Lev and bishop b6. Look at this. I mean, Rajabov signals that, the speed how he reacts to this bishop g5, he wants to signal that he's ready for it. Whether it's the case or he's bluffing, we're gonna find out.
It's just such a pleasant situation for Raja to be in. He's already won set one. All he needs is a draw in the next two games. And so far, yes, he was a little bit in trouble in game one, but apart from that, he's just kept it all together, Peter. Knight d2 on the board. I really like the approach that Raja has in this position with bishop e6, not going short castle, not committing with h6, g5. It's going to be interesting to see how Lev is planning to create his chances in this game.
Well, I mean, I think that with bishop g5 already, Levon indicated that he wants to go for this ultra sharp complex positions. He goes b4. It's a very typical way. I mean, white wants to advance on the king side also to make sure that black will never be comfortable castling long. Yeah, because one thing that white really has to pay attention to in this type of positions is that, after h6, if you go bishop h4 and I'm gonna go g5, you go bishop g3, and I haven't castled yet, there are all kinds of immediate h5 ideas and so on. Maybe I can combine with the long castles, but look at this. Rajabov says, I don't care. I just gonna go short castle. That's a surprise.
And a4 threatening a5, so a6 had to be played there, creating a square for the bishop. White could commit a5, but can also hold it, Peter, and just continue making moves like h3, rook e1, getting that knight into the game. What is White's plan here? Do you want to make a move like h3 here?
Well, I feel that there is a lot of dynamic now in the situation, because on one hand, actually black would love to trade on c4 and then get the queen to e6, unpin himself. On the other hand, after bishop takes e4, white gets knight takes e4, hitting the bishop on b6. So unpinning yourself isn't like, usually this type. Making sure that you will never be able to unpin yourself easily. Very nice reaction. And in a must-win situation, also very, very logical, that you want to make sure that you get as complex position as possible on the board. Having said that, now the big question is that after h6, can you play the move bishop h4? The reason why I'm saying can you, because the big question after g5 is that do you sacrifice on g5? Something like h takes g5, bishop g5 is known to be very unpleasant because you cannot unpin in this construction yourself for a long time. But after knight takes g5, I might have a move like something like knight takes d5 with the option of, using the fact that there are all these pins. Where does it lead exactly? Very hard to say. For example, you have option of knight takes e6. I again can take on e6 or on h4. Okay, taking on h4 would be more principled. And after knight takes f8, I also have knight takes c3, looking that black wins. That's what I'm saying, that then after h6, how do we react? If you have to take on f6, then the move bishop d5 looks a bit questionable.
Very interesting. So the point is that after bishop h4, g5, you can't fall back with the bishop to g3 anymore. But those lines with g5 look like a complete mess. And also, I think, Peter, this is a really good moment to jump into our other game, because we were just talking about how that was the most sober match we've seen, the most sober round we've seen between these two. It did not last long at all, because take a look at this position. The knight on d6, black managed to get g5. I don't even know what happened to the h pawn there. But yeah, probably something on g5 got traded, fg5, hg5. White's knight on d6, the queen on c3 eyes this diagonal. Lots of dynamics in this position as well. Black knight is jumping to f4. What is going on here?
Well, I mean, what is going on? It's a total chaos. On the other hand, one feels that white should be better now with the knight on d6. And yeah, black certainly has his own dynamics, own play, but the white queen on c3 is standing beautifully. It is ready to go to f6. White rooks, thanks to the space advantage, are shifting much easier towards the f2 square, to the open f file, semi-open f file. I mean, white position looks very, very nice. And what strikes me is the clock situation. I mean, we are seeing this position, we are move 32, and the players still have 10 minutes on their clocks. Yeah, basically they are like playing in a blitz mode this whole game. And the position was so complex that just relying on this fast play, and look at this, what happened. This is the position we left, and after h5, rook cd1, Maxim played the very stylish queen h8 move. It's beautifully stylish, but what does it really bring? Rook d2, rook d7, rook ed1, rook ad8, and to my eyes, it feels that black was just playing way too quickly and missed something, that white has this opportunity of breaking with c5, because after d5, white has knight c4. That's how this knight reached d6. And I believe that if you would be more careful, you would have spent more time on the clock in a rapid game. Definitely you would have made sure that this never happens to you. This is something that might happen in a blitz or in a bullet game, but not in a rapid. And now black plays the move h4. He has to create counterplay. White goes knight d6. H takes g3, queen takes g3, queen h4, and Daniel, true to his style, says, "Thank you very much. I don't want the queen trade. I see that your king on g8 in long terms is much more vulnerable, because again, I have the space advantage. I will be shifting my heavy pieces much easier, and your rooks are on d7 and d8 are quite passive."
Yeah, so that solves the mystery of where the h-pawn went and how the knight got to d6. It was just extremely quick and fast play by both these players. Yeah, queen c3 on the board. Knight f4 was a move that came to mind, but that allows white to go queen f6, although queen g3, again, I feel that, with this threat of queen g3, black is also managing to keep some threats on the board. How are you reacting after knight f4 here?
Yeah, that's the big question. I mean, knight f4 feels like it's a move that should be played, but having said that, Maxim goes g4. I mean, this g4 is a big surprise. I'm not entirely sure why black is opening up the G file. I mean, we have been talking about this, that having the space advantage, it enables you to mobilize your forces so much easier. And I don't really see how black will ever move his king from G8 and get a rook on the G file. Tania goes ED5, direct action, CD5.
And Peter, I think we have to move to our other game because there's been a lot of course, we'll come back to this. This game is very interesting, but let's just take a look at this because 8-6 G5 on the board. He decided to not go for the complications with knight G5 and instead takes on E6 first and just falls back with the bishop to G3.
Yeah, I feel a little bit, like if you have to take bishop takes E6, it's a sad necessity from white side. When Levon quite impulsively played the move bishop D5, I think he spent something like 10 seconds max on the move bishop D5. It felt like a very good idea because you keep the tension, and all of a sudden after H6, you realize that, yeah, after bishop H4 G5, I cannot take on G5, which I would love to do because all these complications after knight D5 does not work out in my favor. And if you have to take on E6, then all what you have played so far, making sure that you don't trade on E6 so easily, doesn't make much sense. After queen E6, bishop G3, now we see Radjabov immediately playing the move knight E7, the knight eyes toward the G6 square, and having exchanged the light square bishops, it does look like black has things under control, but again, it's a very complex position.
And a very similar plan to what we saw in the earlier game with the transfer of the knight to G6, finding its way to F4. But in that, white managed to create his own play. Here, definitely with this trade having happened and black's pawn still on F7, it does feel as if it's a trade that suited black more than white.
Yeah, somehow, I mean, if we recall the very first game, also there Radjabov was kind of offering the exchange of the light squared bishops with bishop E6, and then Levon was the one, who moved away with bishop B5. Then we saw this bishop D7 and A4 inclusions. Then after C6, bishop C4, finally these light squared bishops were kept alive. And later in that game, we have also seen that how powerful those light squared bishops from white side can be. Yeah, because after this E5 break, exactly thanks to the bishop on C4, white had all these queen G6 attacking possibilities and so on. Now without the light square bishops, those dynamic ideas does not appear. And now after knight C4, one thing that came to mind, is black able to capture on E4? I mean, how was this crazy sharp line working out? Knight E4, knight B6, knight takes G3, knight takes A8, and after knight takes F1, C7 pawn is hanging. That's the point. White is able to grab on C7, and probably white will have advantage. So that's the reason why Radjabov immediately returned with his bishop to A7.
And now knight E4 is a threat. So does white want to go rook E1, or would you go knight E3 here?
Well, I mean, the move knight E3, I feel like, in such structures, something like bishop takes E3 might be a big concern for. And Levon played the move knight E3, yeah. Again, it's very, very interesting because if you look at the classics and such move like bishop takes E3, F takes E3, I believe like 20 years ago, if you ask any top player, he will say that, I grab on E3 and I set up a fortress with this bishop on G3. It's no way you have any chances, to create something. But then there are some positions where computer was claiming that, in long terms, believe it or not, this bishop is actually of vital importance. I have analyzed such positions and I was like shocked because I just wanted to finish my analysis with bishop takes E3 and okay, write in my notes, I'm kind of happy. And then the engine insisted that, no, please don't be lazy, please continue analyzing. But I did not feel like analyzing because for my taste, after bishop takes E3, F E3, black has such a healthy structure. Yes, I have this weakness on G5, but still the two knights my two knights seem to be much more useful than the knight and bishop from white side.
But that said, I have to say that it also kind of creates chances in the game. Yeah, maybe objectively worse, but Levon in the tournament situation that he is in, the match situation that he is in, at least it's a big structural change. And then a potential rook a2, rook f2, trying to double up on the f file could have led somewhere, but instead Raja said, I'm not taking on e3, giving any kind of changes in the dynamics that exist. He wants to try and get a d5 break in, c6 played, rook e1, making sure that d5 does not come in very easily, because then the e5 pawn comes under a lot of fire. Rook d8 on the board, Peter. What is going on now? Does black still want to take on e3? Because I don't see him getting a d5 break anytime soon. Is there a plan of moving the f6 knight and getting f5 in?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very complex structure. Yeah, right now the black knight cannot move to g6 because then white gets knight f5. That's very obvious, that's clear. Now if black takes on e3, clearly white takes with the rook and then gets d3, d4 ready sooner or later. Probably not yet, but yeah, that's also one option. I mean, you can take and say that you can play anyway then knight g6, knight f4. Levon did play the move queen c2, which, you know, enables black to play the move knight h5, which was not possible before. For example, here instead of rook a d8, it would have run into this typical tactics of knight takes g5. So that's why the queen on d1 was so useful. But after moving the queen to c2, knight h5 is always at least a move. But if black goes for knight h5, then probably white will try to break in the center with d4. Very, very complex stuff. Definitely Rajabov has to make a big decision here, because it's not entirely obvious that which move is better than the other.
Not obvious at all, but both players having almost equal time on the clock and with barely any pieces exchanged. One minor piece exchanged in the position, the light squared bishop, all the pawns on the board. It might be a solid looking position, Peter, but it's still game. And really anything can happen in it. Well, the only thing that needs to happen for the match to continue is for Lev to win. That is the only result. Otherwise, it is the end of the road and the champion would be Temur Rajabov. He just needs to hold this. In the other game, Peter, because we still have time in this one before the action heats up, I see there's a lot that has happened. White has an extra exchange. And I have to say, it doesn't look like black has enough compensation.
Yeah, probably not enough, but still, I mean, it's such a compensation which in a rapid game, it's still there. Black has a very stable construction with d5, e6, f7 pawns. The knight on g6 gives a very nice shelter for black's king. Queen is active, and very important that white's king on g1 is not having a safe shelter. In this regard, definitely, of course, white is an exchange up. This rook on b6 is passive. I think that's the real problem for black, that white can combine pressuring the rook on b6 and then keep advancing his b pawn. And also let's not forget that there are ideas like rook a4, rook a7, rook f1, hitting the f7 pawn. So it does feel like yeah, black is just not in time to create enough counterplay.
Also, Peter, it does feel like if there's any endgame that arises with the queen trade, for example, you move the rook and you trade the queen with the queen d4, forcing black to exchange, this pawn on b5 will be absolutely lethal, because in the endgame, just very hard to imagine black being able to hold things together.
Yeah, and this is actually kind of a bad news, that with queens on the board, white also has dynamics. And also the endgame doesn't look so nice. Of course, in an endgame, actually endgame can still be tricky, because if you are in time, let's just illustrate this. Yeah, and Maxim goes queen f6, because if his knight quickly jumps to e5 and to c4 and is able to block the b pawn with the knight, then actually his two central passers can create quite some headache for white. In this regard, I feel that white might be fine, and I mean might be looking forward to an endgame, but he still has to be very precise, not just, you know, any endgame is so great for white. Yeah, queen f6.
Queen
played.
f6 played. And I really want to take a look at this, Peter, because we're of course going to jump back to our main game just very shortly. But we're talking about end games. Let's see what really happens quickly. The idea of rook a4, trying to play rook a6. I don't want to take on f6 here because that just allows your king into the game. So I'm hoping that you take on f2 and it's just maybe a slightly better version, and maybe rook a6 here we continue. You have to jump back with the rook, and the point is that after b6 you want to go knight to c4.
Exactly, hitting the b6 pawn and then kind of saying that, I set up some kind of a fortress. I want to bring my king closer. I want to then activate my pawns, and both your rooks are tied to the b6 pawn. That was the thing that I was claiming, that white has to be careful. And in this regard, in this line after knight e5, it might be very important that white plays the move king e3 instead of rook a6, making sure that after knight c4, I get king d4 in and my king gets to c5. And
Very
if my
nice.
king gets to c5, then after rook a6, b6, you are not able to set up any fortress. So maybe tempo is, and that's what we are seeing at the board.
Daniel takes no seconds to find this idea. He needs to get the king in at the right moment. He's done it. Rook a6 would have allowed knight c4, making it more difficult for white's king to come into play. Black's pawns start advancing. He doesn't care about the g4 pawn because knight g4, king d4, rook a6 wins on the spot. Peter, this would mean that Daniel looking good on his path to equalizing today's set score.
Yeah, I would go as far as to say that after king e3, white is actually winning the game. I cannot really imagine any scenarios. Yeah, the move rook b7 had been played, but everything goes according to plan. The point what Maxim wants to hint us, that after king d4, there is an idea of knight c4, and if you play king c5, I have rook c7 check. The only problem is that here, if you play knight c4, I simply can give my exchange back. After dc4, king c4, I'm just an extra pawn, and this pawn is queening, and my rook is also behind. So you cannot play the move knight c4, and if you cannot play the move knight c4, then you have to basically rely on king d4, knight d7, simply covering the c5 square and sitting there passive. And I don't believe that with passive defense you can hang on for too long.
Absolutely. And yes, looks like we will get a fourth game in that match. But the big question is, of course, if you're going to get a fourth game in this match, Peter, Black has managed to get his knight to g6, the ideal square. There's also a big question on the queen side with the pressure on b5 and these three a4, b4, c4 pawn. How is white handling the structure? It's not an easy position to evaluate. Yes, you can say, it looks more or less okay for both sides. But you still get the feeling that there's a lot going on. And regardless of what the computer says, both sides have chances here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, feeling wise, if you would ask me, pick a side, I would maybe say that, I want to be black in this position. Not because I believe that black is better. No, by no means. Maybe when objectively white is tiny bit better. But feeling wise, I feel that I have solved all my problems with black. All my pieces are very harmoniously set up. I know what I'm doing. While it's not entirely obvious that how white gonna, keep on putting the pressure and time, somehow the time factor, I feel that it's more in black's favor. I have all kinds of useful moves. The big question is, can white somehow get this d3, d4 break in? Because without that break, I feel that with the bishop on g3, white cannot really hope for anything. But how do you get this d4 move in? Because c4 pawn is hanging, or is it hanging at all? Is d4 nevertheless somewhere an option? Okay, first white needs to also take care of his back rank stuff. Why I'm talking about back rank? Just because of the d4, something like queen takes c4, queen c4, b takes c4, d takes c5. Yes, black has many other moves, but just to illustrate, d takes c5, rook d8, I cannot capture on e5. For many reasons, one of them being that I get checkmated with rook d1 check. And in this regard, we see that a move like h3 would very much fit into the concept, because then I could now play the move king h2, making also sure that there are no forks with knight g4. And this is exactly what Levon has done with his move h3.
That was an amazing explanation and a prediction of what we were just about to see on the board. H3 played by Lev for exactly all the reasons that you pointed out. White wants to try to get D4 in. Now the question is that, of course, with D4, do you sacrifice the C4 pawn? Because also, Peter, I feel that if White trades everything on B file, Black will be the one who'll first get the rook to C8 and into the open file. So that might give him counter chances as well. One of the other plans that comes to mind is knight h5. Yes, knight h5 and bringing the knight to f4, especially after h3, because I believe that White perhaps wants to fall back with the bishop to h2, or do you still not care about the trade on g3?
I think probably I would not really care about the g3 trade. Nevertheless, there are some f5 moves later on as well. But still, after knight g3, f g3, it feels, that especially in a must-win game, there is such dynamic which probably White welcomes, because new factors, the knight then on g6 is out of the game because you control the f4 square. So knight take g3 is not a headache. The big headache for White, and Levon wants to prepare the move d4, is that finding a move and finding the plan from the White side is taking time. And we have seen the last two moves cost Levon like 2.5 minutes, while Rajabov is playing by his hand. Every move comes a tempo. Now he has played the move knight h5 to f4, but this does allow some d4 break. Is d4 something of a concern for Rajabov, or he just says that, you know what, I believe in my position so much that I'm not worried of any breaks with d4? But still, I mean, d4 is now certainly an option you have to consider.
I think we have to look at it because it's such a direct line and it's so inviting right now. The c4 pawn doesn't hang. If Black takes either the a4 or the c4 pawn, it would put pressure on Black's pawns on the a6 and c6 position pawns. If you don't take, you can't take on d4. Knight d4, knight f5 comes in with a tempo. How is Black reacting? And d4 on the board, I think this is a very critical moment for the game.
Absolutely, yeah, because, okay, d4 is played. One can argue that, yeah, the bishop on g3 is a terrible piece. However, in a given moment, I might have the option of taking on f4. Let's also not forget about the old rule that now two knights are fighting for one square. And with the knight on f4 already, the other knight on g6 doesn't make so much sense. Now, Rajabov has played the move queen f6, probably saying that now after I protected the g5 pawn, first of all, I'm hitting on d4, and I might indicate that I want to create my counterplay with h5.
You know, Peter, before the structure changes, I just want to point out that this is a pawn formation we don't see very often. White has got 5 pawns on the 4th rank, a4, b4, c4, d4, e4. It's quite interesting to look at. But now the question is that, yes, he decided not to push either of the pawns forward, keeps that structure on, goes rook d1. A very dynamic pawn structure on the board currently.
Yeah, very dynamic, but okay, now Black has all these h5 ideas. Also, somewhere a move like knight f4 back to e6 might make sense. Okay, now probably d5 works in White's favor, but just in any case, after the move queen f6, there is the e6 retreating square for Black's knight. But one of the most natural things is to try to create something on the king side with h5, hinting that, maybe I'm going to go g4, hitting this knight from f3, then you will be forced to release the tension. But taking on e5 is not something White wants to do, because then after d5, the d file opens up more for Black, because this White rook on e3 is feeling a little bit uncomfortable whenever you take on e5. Rajabov is taking his time, but Rajabov has almost 2 minutes advantage on the clock, so it's absolutely correct for him to, it fits with his strategy that he takes time in order to control the position. Now it definitely is a critical moment how to proceed.
Yeah, for both sides. And I feel after a move like h5, with Raja making his intentions clear, if he plays it on the board, the ball again goes to Levon and to ask, how are you proceeding? Yes, you have these 5 pawns in the center. Do you want to take on b5, creating that b5 weakness, or do you want to go d5 or c5, just very difficult to pick. Peter, let's try and see what actually can happen after h5, because that's a very direct line with the idea to go g4, hitting that pawn on d4. White needs to react to it instantly. What is the way to go forward when you have this kind of a pawn formation?
Yeah, that's the big question. I mean, usually with a lot of pieces on the board and in the Breyer, classical Breyer in the Spanish, with black bishop on b7, knight on d7, a break with c4, c5 is almost deadly in such situations. But under these circumstances, I don't feel like c4, c5 doing that much to the position. I'm a little bit surprised that Rajabov, while so far blitzing out his moves, and now he plays the move king g7. So he did not go yet for the move h5. He wants to protect the queen, because one thing, in this position, I felt like maybe white suddenly, if black just makes a non-move, white could actually think about AB, CB, CB, and the move queen c6, with hitting the b5 pawn and also having things like d takes e5, attacking black's queen on f6. I believe that something like this had been worrying Rajabov, and that's why he played the move king g7, making sure that after CB, queen c6, his queen is already protected. But that's why I liked h5, because I felt like with h5 and the threat of g4 would actually not give white the time to do that. But maybe the players felt like, it was way too complicated. It's understandable if you want to play as solid as possible.
Yeah, well, it might be solid right now, but with the position opening up, that's not going to be the case very soon. CB5, queen c6 ideas putting pressure. Peter, we might not get another chance. So let's jump to our other game that's on CB5 played. We'll come back to this instantly because I think we're about to have a result on the other game. So let's just see this position. It looks dead lost for black. Rook c1 played, hitting the knight on c6. Knight d4 check. White just comes in king a6, b7, b8. And that's it. Actually, Maxime just resigned.
Yeah, Maxime resigned. So Dubov equalizes. Seeing all the positions in this match, it's kind of the logical outcome that, Dubov had to equalize, because him trailing in the match, having all those positions, somehow doesn't do justice to what we have been seeing in that match. And after all these spectacles, after all these crazy games, everything will depend on the very last game in that match.
That might be the one that might go into a playoff, and we might even see an Armageddon in that. So we're back to our main game. Pawns were traded on b5. The structure has been fixed on the queen side. Queen c6 played, hitting that pawn on b5. Rook b8 to defend it. Peter, I have to say that the fact that black didn't go for this h5 line, it makes white breathe a little bit. And now he goes queen d7. What does he really want with this move? What is the idea?
Well, that's a very big question. The point is probably that he wants to bring the queen to f5, but that's also a little bit strange, because any kind of exchange of queens doesn't feel like it suits Levon, unless he believes that black anyway can never exchange the queens, because after ef5 he gets something hard for me to believe and to understand. But also, let's not forget the players have incredible pressure, and Levon is down to 3 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. He has to make a move, and let's just try to make any sense that after rook ed8, will Levon maybe play the move queen g4, which would be like an incredible shocker, because it looks like the queen might gonna be trapped on g4, but in fact h5 is met by queen takes g5, and otherwise maybe Levon wants to go h4 himself, creating chances on the king side. Maybe that's Levon's idea. Definitely a very creative idea from Lev.
Wow, transferring the queen from c2 to c6 to d7 to g4. You don't get to see that kind of a maneuver every day, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely not. That's, when Levon played the move queen d7, the first thing I saw the queen g4 move, but from a distance, it doesn't make any sense. It feels like no way the queen is not going to be trapped. And then I was talking about, queen f5 does not suiting Levon's match strategy at all. And then all of a sudden it hit me that, hang on. But maybe it might look crazy, but maybe exactly crazy ideas are what Levon needs in this moment, because black's position is so solid. With just normal measures, you will not be creating any imbalance. And white might be okay, but just being okay is not enough. You have to create your chances. And look at this now, Rajabov going down on the clock. His Levon is now suddenly 30 seconds up on the clock, and maybe this queen d7 is a clever practical choice by Lev.
Also, I think, Peter, once the queen comes to g4, it's not only that black can't get h5 in, suddenly white will start threatening h4 in the position.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, h4, but the one concern, that you might have with white trying to win, that after queen g4, black has all kinds of moves like queen e6, maybe forcing an endgame, and you really want to go for the endgame or not? It's a big question. We're going to find out because Rajabov did play the move rook e8.
So is Lev going to go queen f5 or queen g4? But either way, queen e6 forces a trade of queens.
Yeah, one thing that disturbed me with queen f5 was that, okay, first of all, I'm not resettling anything, but even something like queen f5, e takes f5, knight e7 was not entirely clear because I'm stepping into this fork of knight takes f5. And the position might, after d takes e5, knight f5 just peter out into some draw, and this is not the desired
He's gone for
development for Levon, and Levon did go for queen g4, so he tries to spice things up. I mean, queen g4.
So can black, the thing is that can black go knight e6 and, but after knight e6, is knight e6 an option here actually?
It is. We spoke about this, yeah, that once you sidestep with queen to f6, you always have this retreating move somewhere, you hitting the d4 pawn and basically provoking some kind of d takes e5 would definitely play into white's hand, because after d, then you feel that black open up the files and should have everything under control. So white might have to play d5 in order to keep as much dynamic in the position as possible, but at the same time you release the tension and black might just jump back to f4. Okay, you still have then your h4 play.
Yeah, I like h4 a lot actually in this position if you can get it.
Yeah, Rajabov down to 1.5 minutes. I mean, certainly this queen d7, queen g4 paid off. It's disbalancing Rajabov. He cannot rely on his routine moves. He has been playing routine moves throughout the game. Basically, it was very natural and nice to, just improve your position. But all of a sudden, he's confronted with some direct questions. And queen e6 played. That was the move we expected.
I think it's all about just Raja evaluating this end game. And I think we need to take a look at it as well. Firstly, let's see what happens if white does trade on e6. Does black pick up the queen? I think black has to go knight e6 or f e6. What is it? It's actually not so clear to me.
Well, after knight e6, I might be winning a pawn with d takes e5. I understand that we are exchanging some things because after d5 I have to take on d8, you take, I take on e5, but it's still a pawn.
Yes, and rook d1, king h2, still not clear. Maybe knight f4, but yeah, it's a pawn.
Yeah, you have activity, definitely. I mean, it might be enough to make a draw, but still it's a pawn. And on the other hand, let's compare with the other move that if you capture back with the pawn, yeah, you ruin the pawn structure, that's true, but at the same time, this knight on f4 gives you so much stability that maybe you can afford it.
After f e6, can white try and use this rook lift that's already there and take control of the a file? Because c file can't really help because of knight e2 checks and picking up the rook. So you can't really go to c3. Rook a3, because after rook a8, then you probably come in with the rook to d7.
Yeah, I mean, you mean this rook a8 move, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, maybe white can trade, take on e5 and come in with the rook to d7, start hitting some pawns with rook b5, rook b7, sorry.
Yeah, even here it feels like black has so much activity. I don't know, it's quite hard to believe, but okay, we have to wait and see. Definitely Levon is thinking here, probably the move queen takes e6 is also not something he wants to make. Maybe he wants to, have this opportunity of playing h take g4 he feels that maybe this structure is more beneficial. I don't know. In any case, he's down to 1 minute on the clock. This might come down to some big time scramble.
He needs to make a move fast. So actually, he could also think about if he prefers the HG4 trade, he could immediately try and shift the rook to the open A file. That could be the other idea. He's traded on F4, Peter, to start with.
Yeah, he wants to get rid of his bishop. Yeah, he was probably worried that this bishop is not the right piece. And besides, it makes some sense because Black would love to recapture with the knight on F4, but then the E5 pawn would be vulnerable. And after G takes F4, now you see that this knight is stable. You are not, I mean, this is a position maybe White can play. I mean, strategically speaking, he has some chances to be happy. I mean, after Gf4, the structure with the knight on F3 is promising something.
And again, now he's thinking whether he wants to trade on E6 or move the rook to A3.
Yeah, he takes on E6. He wants to fix this structure. Okay, it was a difficult decision. The point is that he's down to 30 seconds on the clock. He doesn't have much time. So he goes for rook A3. I'm a little bit worried that somewhere Black might have, something like king F6, taking on D4 and getting knight to E5, and will be too active. That was the reason why I did not, like this queen takes C6 so much. But let's see, maybe Levon knows what he's doing. Rook A8.
And now after rook A8, Peter, there are two options. One is the line we saw with trading on A8 and entering with the rook to D7 after a trade on E5 and attacking the pawns, or going rook DA1 to keep control of the A file and entering from there, which also makes a lot of sense. So for example, if White doubles on the A file, you have to trade. He's gone for rook A8. So is he going to take DE5 next? This is the plan. And yeah, I think because Black can't really take with the knight because the D6 pawn is hanging.
Well, even this is not 100% sure, but yeah, let's suppose. But after H4, now at least I see what Levon had in mind, because the knight on G6 is very passive. Yeah, this is Black's point that his king is active. This compensates, and now he wants to get the knight to C6, attacking the B2 pawn, B4 pawn, getting access to the D4 square. So Levon needs to be very, very aggressive. He has to play probably the move rook D6 or maybe rook D7, and then if knight moves to C6, he has rook H7 ideas, but after rook D7, probably you can just play a move like rook A4, attacking the B4 pawn and not clear what you're gonna do. The same applies to rook D6. So yeah, rook C1, is that a move? But rook C1, rook C8, what is this endgame? Yeah, rook D7 played, okay, it's the most natural move. Rook A4 and then maybe rook D8. I mean, somehow White has to create, I mean, if White could somehow activate his rook and get access to all these weaknesses, then all of Black's pawns might be falling. But I mean, it's very easy to mention this, but how do you disbalance Black? Because whenever you go, for example, in the line, I'm talking about something like rook A4. Yeah, rook A4 on the board. If you go rook D8 and then rook H8, Black still has king G7 hitting your rook. And if you move the rook back, then the Black king comes back and again covers everything. Levon down to 15 seconds.
And Peter, Raja only needs a draw in this position. And I think that's where we are headed, because rook A4 hits this B4 pawn. He's taken knight E5, but now just king E5 and rook B4 feels like the simplest way to continue, because knight G4 check is a threat. So you can't take on B4. Yeah, king E5, rook E7 just looks like over. Rook B4. You can go rook H7 trying to create the H passer, but feels very slow. Even taking on E4 and pushing the B pawn.
Exactly. I mean, okay, Black is not running any risk whatsoever. I'm a little bit surprised that Rajabov is taking his time, but he's doing it correctly. I mean, he had 1.5 minutes on the clock, so making sure that now he makes the right decision, it can actually seal the match. And in this rook endgame, time doesn't seem to be an important factor. So Temur is taking his time. I mean, what is he afraid of? Yeah, he goes king E5, rook E7, he's gonna take on B4.
Just so close to victory. I mean, that it's just making sure everything is under control. And rook b4 will be played. The only way white can continue is to take the h6 pawn, but the h5 pawn is so far away, and it looks like this is going to be a Rajabov championship.
Yeah, it's interesting. Does suddenly Rajabov shows nerves and he sees some ghosts? Because to our eyes, without any stake, it doesn't look dangerous at all. But he goes king f6.
Wow.
That exactly was the thing that came to my mind, that maybe he just wants to make sure that he protects the pawn with king g5. But I'm not entirely sure that this is such a nice practical choice. But maybe he is in time.
Also played on 2 seconds. I mean, just incredible control over nerves. And now he doesn't even lose the h pawn. It all makes sense now.
Okay, it all makes sense, but actually I did not worry about losing the h6 pawn because the b4 pawn was also so fast. My king on e5 was always coming back with king f6, protecting the h5 pawn. That's why I was saying that maybe he saw some ghosts. But on the other hand, he also sees this position, and if he just pushes the pawn, then okay, where are white's winning chances? Usually you have to advance with your king, but even the pawn is on e6 and black king is on f6, so activating the king doesn't really bring anything for white.
Amazing. Rajabov on the brink of victory here, winning the first major of the Champions Chess Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, bc, rook b8, king e5.
King G, and I like that he hasn't moved the rook from b2 because king g4 isn't possible as long as black's rook is on b2. The g2 pawn hangs.
Yeah, it's very difficult to imagine even any kind of scenarios how white can play for a win. I mean, maybe if we would be talking about this, that black needs to win, we would be actually searching some way for black, how he could maybe eventually make some progress. But I mean, black doesn't need to win this.
Rook b1, king g4. He can just go rook g1 now.
Yeah, rook g1. He can also go rook b2. I mean, he can do whatever he wants. Down to 9 seconds on the clock. I mean, he just has rook g1 on the board.
So is he going to go rook b5 and take on f4? Because if you take on g2, then simply takes on. He's gone for rook b5, king d4, takes on f4, takes on g2. He picks up the b3 pawn first.
Yeah, it's very strange. I mean, Rajabov is playing very strangely, but it seems like it's good enough because king takes f4, he has e5 check, and then king f5, rook g5 check, and he even starts with rook g5.
Wow. He starts to threaten mate with e5. And how is white fighting this? You go rook b4, king d3, still threatening mate. Does he have to...
Okay, you can always play the move e5, but then black gives rook f5 check and takes everything. Yeah, it's...
And Raja definitely calculated that till the very end. We saw him take time. And rook g5, a really pretty finish, actually, threatening e5 mate, king d3 on the board. Unfortunately for Levon, even he's gone e5. Now rook f5 picks up the pawns. And that should be it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the big question, can black even just capture on h5 first, just eliminating this h5? Yeah, that's what Rajabov has done. Yeah, he takes rook h5. He's threatening rook h4 check as well. I mean, there are no surprises here.
And look at that, Rajabov just with a fist pump right there. He knows that this is it. He's done it. There's just nothing that black can do. And this is the first time I'm seeing any emotions on Rajabov's face throughout the tournament, Peter.
Yeah, definitely, because, okay, here you feel that, now you can relax, because now actually all that matters is to keep your nerves together, because only with an incredible blunder you can spoil it. And he has time on the clock, 30 seconds on the clock.
And now just rook f5 and you pick up the e5 pawn.
Yeah, and Levon knows as well. Levon knows it for quite some time. I mean, when they reached the rook endgame, I have seen in the body language that, it was clear that Levon knows that he needs a miracle. He needs a miracle, and this type of endgames don't really give you any practical chances to create your own miracle. Rook e5, f4.
He can also just go rook f5 or rook e4, hit the f4 pawn.
Exactly. He want to go rook f5 and follow it up with e5 just to eliminate anything. And
on the board, yeah, just trade off the pawns and that's it. This is it. Look at Rajabov. Look at him. Just what an incredible performance by Temur Rajabov there. And he is the champion of the Airthings Masters, the first player to go through to the grand final in September. And let's just have that camera back up again, because I think it's really the first time that we're seeing any emotions from Raja, who's just been so calm and composed. Peter, take a look at that. A big congratulations to him. He looks extremely emotional right now.
Yeah, emotional, exhausted, everything, because I think in such moments, all this euphoria, these emotions come out at you, and yeah, all the tiredness, because during the match, during the tournament, you simply cannot allow yourself any weak moments. Yeah, and then it's finished. Now you have done what you have been aiming for. He wins the Airthings Masters, gets the spot in the grand final in September. So very, very big achievement for him. Big setback for Levon, because he has played a fantastic event. I mean, he was also very close of winning it, but finally Rajabov wins it.
Absolutely. We see joy and relief combined together to create those emotions. Just what a performance by world number 10, Temur Rajabov. He made it look so simple in the semifinals and then the finals as well, playing Levon Aronian. Just such a crushing performance, Peter. Very impressive play. And I think we saw him extremely emotional at the end. Almost looked like there were some tears of course, joy there. And of course, a big congratulations to Levon Aronian as well. He finishes runner-up with $40,000. But I know that right now it is disappointing for him. And in all that action, we forget that we also have a fight for the third spot. Peter, but I have to say, it was just a big power display by Rajabov. We've seen him in the 2019 World Cup, just what he's capable of. And then we saw that Rajabov in this event as well.
Yeah, it seems like the knockout format suits him perfectly, because, I mean, his play is very, very stable. I mean, it's very difficult to create against him chances. Actually, to Levon's credit, he did create two big chances with the white color, because yesterday he had a chance, today he had a chance, but the overall performance, if we look at everything that happened, it also seemed like Rajabov had incredible nerves. Yeah, he was in all these very critical moments, he was keeping his nerves better. Maybe also he was somehow feeling the clock better. Yeah, I believe that Levon is someone who, if he goes down on the clock, he feels a bit nervous. So far, what we have seen from Rajabov in this event, I mean, playing all these moves on 1 and 2 seconds. I mean, on 1 second, he has at least played 5 times that we have just witnessed and we remember. And we might not be remembering everything. In this regard, in this format, when clock is so important and you have these nerves, that's a very big asset.
Couldn't agree more with that. And we saw it so many times while many players were collapsing in those few seconds, messing up a winning position. I also really was very impressed at the end game play by Raja in several of the games, Peter, where, you know, he had an option of a direct line, which maybe does win, but his choice was always to give no chance whatsoever to his opponent, just keeping everything under control.
Yeah, that's his style, and actually exactly that style helps a lot in this knockout, because you have to control the situation, and also it's kind of frustrating for your opponent, yeah, because you are searching for chances. You know exactly that, yeah, maybe my position is bad, but if I have counter chance, then my opponent can become nervous and so on. But he kept everything under control. I feel like, you know, Levon was maybe little bit having a too aggressive approach. I mean, yesterday in this final game, game 4, Rajabov offers him the repetition of moves in a position which I anyway kind of felt that, you know, it's of course complicated, but probably Black is the one objectively who can be better. And Levon, instead of repeating and see if Rajabov is really gonna get out of the repetition, And instead of this, he played this ultra aggressive move f6, which heavily backfired. And after this game, actually, Rajabov took the lead, winning the set 1, and posed more and more trouble for Levon because he felt like he has to run after the result. And he lost a little bit this balance. Rajabov at the same time somehow calmed himself more and more down. He was feeling that he's in the driver's seat, and it really helped him make good decisions throughout the match.
All right, and we also have action on this one. Peter, incredible play. You're completely right by Raja. Just very impressive performance on the clock, on the board, the nerves, everything. And then, I have to say at the very end, what we saw from him on the camera, it makes you realize that, yes, they're all amazing on the board and show these super strong nerves, but also very, very human when it comes to emotions. And B4, let's come back to this game now, because we're going to be joined by our champion shortly. But for now, we do have action, also a very critical game with Daniel Dubov, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave fighting for the third spot. And what is our evaluation of this position, Peter? Maybe we just back up and see how this got here.
Yeah, well, for the first time in this match, I see that Maxime got something out of the opening, which I would say, that, yeah, this is Maxime. He was really looking forward to it. I mean, he went for the Spanish, no more Italian now. And he came up with a straightforward idea. He was challenging Daniel in this most fashionable line in the Bishop C5 Arkhangelsk with A4, Rook B8, A5, Bishop A7. I mean, those who are interested that why this pawn is not hanging on A5, I mean, please check out the theory. There had been games, Black got punished heavily. So basically for the last 15, 20 years, nobody was taking this pawn anymore. Black plays the move Bishop A7, White plays H3, and now we get this very, very strange structure in the Spanish with this A5 pawn, which is kind of a vulnerable pawn. However, White wins some tempo in order to set up his ideal pieces. And this is what we're going to see. H3, Bishop B7, Rook E1. Isn't this the game how we saw this completely crazy Anton David Guijarro versus Grishchuk after Bishop E3, Knight takes E4, D5, Bishop takes E3, D takes C6, Knight takes F2, something like this I recall. And now we see that after Bishop B7, Maxime says, no, okay, let's not get crazy. Just let me protect the E4 pawn, Rook E1, Knight E7, Bishop C2, castles, Knight BD2, yeah. The idea from Black to play Knight E7, Knight G6 is very typical. On the other hand, by releasing the pressure too early on the D4 pawn, White actually also had the chance of putting his knight quickly to F1. With just to make sense what I was saying, that after Rook E1, instead of Knight E7, if Black first castles, then you can never play the knight move like Knight BD2 because the D4 pawn is hanging. You have too much pressure on it. So basically, it probably indicates that after Rook E1, if Black castles, Daniel was worried of Bishop G5, going for all this crazy type of position with the pin, maybe eventually sacrificing on G5. Who knows? So he opted for Knight E7, but this did let Maxime the chance of getting his knight quickly to F1, and after Rook E8, be in time to protect the E4 pawn. That's the key, because in this line, Black wants to hit the E4 pawn before White gets the knight to G3. So he did get it. Now Black gives up the center in order to create new dynamics. CD4, C5, D5, C4, B4. This is a very, very sharp double-edged middle game. My feeling is, my Spanish instinct says that White should be happy, but the next couple of moves will be decisive here. C takes B3, Bishop B3, Knight D7, Knight F5. I mean, decisive in order to clarify the situation that who will be calling the shots. Knight F5 on the board.
Knight F5 on the board, hitting the D6 pawn, so Black needs to find a way to defend it. Bishop C5 feels a bit shaky because then White has got maybe even a move like Bishop E3 offering a trade. I do see bishop a3 might be a better option. I'm wondering if black can actually play the move knight d e5, defending the d6 pawn, also offering a trade of knight, and it's on the board because I also like that this knight can potentially be headed to c4 if you take on e5, of course, at the right moment. Bishop e3 played. Anyway, this is a trade that white does want to make. So black has to take because there's no real good way to keep the tension on with the bishops.
Yeah, I mean, the bishop on e7 is powerful. White trades on e3. On the other hand, also after knight d5, black kind of insists. I mean, shows that he's interested of playing the move bishop c8, kicking the knight away from f5 because this is a very powerful knight. But that's why white had to make sure, to exchange this bishop from a7 so that white might be able just to bring the knight back to d4, cement the position, and okay, with the d4 square, I would somehow believe that white could be better, but I prefer the other knight back to d4, because I'm not entirely happy that, but okay, it's very complex. But somehow my feeling was that maybe I wanted to jump back from knight f5 to d4 and then trade the knights on e5 and keep this dynamics and claim that your bishop on c8 doesn't have so much activity. But okay, knight 3 to d4 is also very, very natural. Knight d4. So how would you proceed now with black? Do you take on f5 or do you just wait, maybe a move like queen f6? What is your take, Tanya, here?
I have to say, with this knight on d4 eyeing the c6 square, it does look like white's pieces are well placed. I like queen f6 before taking on f5 because we can do that at any moment. Also, the square of the queen is really nice, especially after the dark squared bishops have been traded. The queen can't really be hit or dislodged from here. There are tactics along this diagonal as well. But the one thing that does worry me a little bit is white getting a successful knight to c6. Maybe start with rook c1 and then go in with knight c6. But then black also has the option of taking on f5 at some point. So
yeah, rook c1, bishop takes f5. Okay, very natural. I don't really believe in e takes f5 structure unless it's winning on the spot. It would ruin the structure way too much. So something like knight takes f5 natural. And this is what we are seeing. Queen f6, rook c1 on the board. And now Daniel has to make up his mind. Does he eliminate the knight immediately? Or will he just make a natural move like bishop d7? I mean, I don't know how natural it is because it's kind of natural to play the move bishop d7, but it does allow some knight c6, which looks like. But maybe you can just play bishop d7 and after knight c6 say, you know what, I don't care about this knight on c6. I'm now starting to hit on f5. I'm starting to hit on c6. What did you really achieve?
The reason I didn't like bishop d7 as much, Peter, I kind of like black trading on f5 when he has the opportunity is because I'm also afraid of white jumping in with his own rook to c7. I see that after, let's just see if bishop d7, rook c7. I understand that you can go rook c8 and question where this rook is exactly going. And I'm not really sure if I've got time to get greedy with rook a7 and trying to pick up the a6 pawn. Or is that something, it looks very dangerous, especially giving control of the c file.
Yeah, definitely Daniel agrees with you and he takes on f5. He feels like, okay, if I anyway have to take on f5, let me do it as quickly as possible. And again, we see this clock situation. Look at this. Maxim is still 30 minutes on his clock. I mean, how does he do this? It's kind of, we have been criticizing his time management. On the other hand, I also find it quite impressive that, I mean, it shows lot of confidence in general. But the point was that so far how the match has gone, it seemed like, he was a little bit careless. Yeah, but this is now a decisive game. This is the last game of the finals for the third place. And really lot at stake in this very game. So little bit being more careful would be, I think, advisable.
Right. And of course, if either of the players win, that would be the end of the match. But in case this game ends in a draw, then we are taken to playoffs. And that is going to be very exciting as well. And Peter, we were talking about the decision of whether white should recapture with the pawn or the knight. Maxime chooses ef5, allowing the move knight to f4, also really ruining the pawn structure. But I think the whole point is that at some point, Maxime really wants this knight d4 to go to c6. So let's take a look at what's happening after knight f4, because, or do you want to play the knight somewhere else?
No, I mean, at least knight f4 is definitely the first move that comes to mind, because it's a very tempting square. The big question is that, is this knight in any danger? Because, I mean, now after gc, you can take on hc, but can you? I mean, are you running away? For example, knight takes h3, king g2, knight g5 might run into f4, forking the knights. I mean, it's a bit scary, but maybe it's, I mean, for example, some lines like knight g4 are completely crazy. Rook takes e8, rook takes e8, and I'm not entirely sure, you know, what is happening, because what I see that after queen takes g4, queen d4, all of a sudden you have this queen d2 check, and it might not work out in my favor. But even this is, because queen g5, queen d2 check, you don't have a good square, and if you go to h3, then after queen c1, f6, g6, queen h6, I'm in time to give you queen h1 check, and I'm gonna take your queen. I mean, just an illustration that how complex it is. By no means anything was force of it, but knight f4 felt a bit shaky, and Daniel opted for knight h4.
Daniel felt that as well and decided to hit the f5 pawn instead. Knight c6 played. So first question is, the thing is that if you take on c6 and pick up the f5 pawn, you're really activating this bishop on b3. But let's have a look if that loses on the spot, because knight c6, d takes c6, or maybe you start with rook e8 check first.
Yeah, probably not to ruin the structure. I believe that, definitely Maxime wants to go dc. But also now, after the trade of e8, there are some dynamics maybe on the g2 pawn, but they not seem to matter with this powerful pawn on c6.
But it's important because after queen g5, for example, white has to go g3, can't really get queen g4 because the rook on c1 is hanging. And then suddenly there are these tricks, but still white is doing extremely well because of the pawn on c6, the checkmate threat on the back rank. Definitely this looks like the path that black doesn't want to be on. So knight c6 on the board. If black trades, I think, Peter, let's just have a look at knight c6, takes on c6, takes on e8. Picks up the pawn on f5 instead of queen g5. I still have to say that the c6 pawn looks extremely dangerous. Maybe just c7 directly, followed by queen d5.
Yeah, c7, rook. See, and Daniel has taken Daniel has played the move knight f5, and look at this. Maxime a tempo plays rook takes e5. It's pretty impressive. You know, if it would be the first game that we are seeing for Maxime, and we see this time management and all this judgment quickly, we would be saying, wow, but knowing what happened so far in this match, we are not entirely sure that, you know, just blitzing all these moves out is the best and safest strategy.
I don't think the players have shown any other strategy but to blitz moves out in this matchup, Peter. So this is definitely following the trend. And looking at the position, things are turning dangerous for Daniel here.
Yeah, well, it's looking dangerous, but he also has chance to go knight d4. Yeah, this is a lovely spot. Also some blockading ideas with knight d6. So I really believe that somehow Maxime wants to use d6. I believe that d6 is the move in the spirit. Let's see what Maxime has in store for us.
So after d6, knight d4, is there a sacrifice, or are you just intending to take on a6?
Yeah, first I was, very, very tempted to hit on f7 or play rook c7, but maybe just the simple move rook takes a6 is good enough.
You could also start with rook a6 actually then.
Yeah, but I was not sure, do I want to give you the chance of setting up a blockade with knight d6?
That's nice. That's a nice.
But maybe knight d6 is nothing. Maybe it's just like, the illusion that there is a blockade. Because after rook a6, for example, knight d6, a move like queen c2 comes with ideas like queen c6, and rook c8 is always met by rook takes d6 trick. So there are all kinds of dynamics. You cannot just sit on your square. But finally, Maxim does play the more natural d6 move. Knight d4 played. Engine bar grows wild. Wild, like, okay, what is this? Does it mean that we are missing some
immediate
blow?
tactic? He just simply takes on a6.
Yeah, okay, then we got it right. I mean, there is no reason to go crazy because white seems to have a wonderful position. I mean, two passers, a5 passer and d6 passer, combined with this very powerful light square bishop, it's really looking good for Maxim. The big question is, how will Daniel fight back? Because it's the very last game. If he loses this, then Maxim steals this fight for the third place. Why I'm saying that steals? Because I mean, it did feel like the positions that we have been seeing, that it looked like, no way that from all these positions Maxim is not going to win the match. I mean, Daniel is not going to win the match, but right now in the very last game, it does seem like Maxim is about to win that.
And also the clock situation, Maxim with almost double the time, he's gone for b4. Maxim has got almost 11 minutes on his clock. Daniel down to a little more than 5.5 minutes. Plays the move b4. Doesn't really help his position. That bishop on b3, the pawn on d6, the rook on a6, just it looks absolutely crushing. But what is the way for white to break through here? I don't think that a direct sacrifice works here, Peter. A move like rook a7 comes to mind, but then you're giving up your d6 pawn, even though you do get the f7 pawn.
Yeah, that's one of the questions. That is the way of converting it by doing something direct. I mean, do you go for this rook a7? The move b5, b4, practically speaking, had to be played. The only point, the only hope black has is this b4 pawn combined with a powerful knight on d4. So whenever white, for example, would like to move the bishop first with the pawn on b5, maybe to d5, and then go for rook a7. Now after black advanced the pawn to b4, it does feel like the bishop has to stay on b3. And going for rook a7 looks kind of tempting. On the other hand, yeah, black takes on d6. Probably then white should continue with rook f7.
King h8 maybe?
Well, king h8, maybe I'm gonna go with queen g4. That's what I felt, that maybe once I get the f7 pawn, I can
Queen
try
h6.
to... Sorry?
Queen h6 here?
Queen h6, yeah?
I have to defend the g7 mate now.
But now somehow I feel, that you are overloaded. Maybe I can even sacrifice my bishop with a6. Because you take, I'm going to play a7, and then I'm going to go rook b7, rook b8, all kinds of back rank issues. I mean, too many things are hanging in the air.
That's an interesting line.
Yeah, that's why I felt, that after rook f7, good or bad, maybe you have to take on b. No, you cannot take because queen is, then the position collapses. Then it's finito. I mean, then after rook a7, queen d6, rook f7, yeah, and rook a7 on the board, then that's it.
But he has to take on d6 because there's just no good way to defend against f7 anyway. So let's just take a look at this line, because queen d6, rook f7, king h8, you're threatening mate with queen g4. Is there anything that Maxim can do to fight this?
No. I mean, Daniel has to fight. Yeah.
Sorry, Daniel, to fight this.
I also already made this mistake because we have it in our mind, that Maxim was in so much trouble in this match. And
I'm wondering, Peter,
Yes?
rook g8, rook g7, there might be knight e2. Maybe rook g8 is possible. Let's just see if it's possible or not. Because the first thought was that white has this threat of rook into g7. And now rook g7 is met by queen c8. And this loses on the spot. But black does have some checks instead of taking on g7.
Yeah, but which check exactly?
E2, I was thinking, because although
Yeah,
F3
but
is
I just go king H1. I mean,
yeah, king H1.
that is the
No,
next check.
the problem is that knight F3 check is met by queen F3. And
Exactly.
rook G7, you have queen A8 check.
Exactly. That's besides, I even have king H1 here.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course, queen F3. You are perfectly right that because rook G7, I have queen A8 mate.
And
Yeah.
he starts with king H8. What is the difference here? So is the point that after rook F7, he wants to take on B3 first, the queen is not pinned, and then pick up the D6 pawn?
Yeah, something like this. But
that's the only thing that makes sense, because queen G4, a big threat. The difference from this line and taking on D6 first is that the queen on D1 is not pinning the queen on D6. So it gives black the extra opportunity, the extra option to trade this very strong bishop, take on D6, because black really just needs to hold this to take it into the tiebreak.
Yeah, black needs to hold at all costs. And yeah, he goes for knight takes B3. Somehow it also feels, like a big pity if you have to take queen B3, but yeah, queen takes B3 is played. And the big question after queen D6 here, white needs a super move, yeah? Because it feels like if black pawn would be on H6, then maybe all these tactical possibilities would not be really in the air. But I feel that with the back rank issue and with my A6 pawn plus the pressure on the G7 pawn, there should be a way of dealing a decisive blow to black's position before he stabilizes. But I'm not seeing it yet. Because now queen G3, you have first of all the rook G8 move, which is now much more solid. Probably you have to go rook G8 anyway, yeah.
Because queen H6 again runs into your idea of even E5 is hanging, but also maybe A6.
Exactly. I mean, if the pawn advances to the 7, then okay, with this king on H8, there is no escape. Besides, yeah, queen E5 was a win. So after queen G3, definitely black gonna play the move rook G8. And it's ugly, we know it's ugly, but on the other hand, I mean, the B pawn is still there. I want to go A6. Maybe white gonna play the move rook B7 and grab the B4 pawn and say that, okay, I'm having things under control. If I can keep the A pawn alive, I'm not losing. But okay, here I would insist that I have queen A6, hitting the rook and the pawn on A5. I might be hanging on, and Maxim plays the move queen C4. Yeah, that's a really nice move. After B3, he has this tactics of rook B7. I mean, let's just show this. B3 runs into rook B7, and I'm winning the B pawn on the spot.
Actually, then rook B7 is a big threat on the board, because you will win the B pawn even if it's on B4.
Yeah, so it feels like you have to play A6, but then I'm in time to play A6. Yeah, very nice. I mean, queen C4 combines these elements that we have been talking about, that black is just one tempo short of having his H6 move, his luft for his king, and there is the tactics. Yeah, and rook B7, A6, double threat. After B3, rook B7 is the killer. Yeah, Daniel in big trouble. I mean, right now I believe, because these are the moments when you feel that your position is lost, then you remember all these positions. Oh my God, I was so much winning in that game. I spoiled that. Not only I drew, I even lost it. Had I not lost that winning position, I would be in complete charge of events. And now it seems like that's it. Maxim just seals this match for the third place.
H6 played, and A6 now. Can black continue to fight this? Rook B7 a threat, A7 a threat. What is black's next move firstly? And we see the evaluation bar, of course, already declares that white is winning completely. Check out the clock situation as well. He's got twice as much time as Daniel. And it's all been a downhill journey for Daniel since the quarterfinal big sensational win, Peter.
Yeah, and look at Maxim. I mean, he leans backwards. Yeah, this is also the typical pose when you know that that's it. I'm having everything under control. My opponent doesn't really have any counterplay, because if you feel, that there is still a lot of tension in the game, then somehow you never lean back the way how Maxim leans back right now.
I'm struggling to find a move for black here.
Yeah, there are no moves. I mean, simply B3 has to be played, but okay, the pawn is just falling. Yeah,
just A7 and you pick up the B3 pawn?
Well, A7, I
maybe
believe
A7, B2.
He plays B2, yeah, that's the trick. I mean, he wants to play like this, and then A B8, Queen B8, and all of a sudden...
suddenly it's a problem for... So he has to go Rook B7. So in this position, A7 is not an option then, but that's a nice little trick.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, he has to try to create something, but I mean, this is not working for many reasons. So you want to play Rook B7. I was also thinking, is it now the time to include Rook G4? I mean, Queen G4, because that would force you to go Rook G8. But okay, with the B pawn, then you have this race. I don't want to give you this race. And after B3, you mentioned that you want to play Rook B7.
Rook B7, B2 is still an option. But then after B2, perhaps there's...
No, there is actually this crazy line as well. Yeah, you can start with Rook B7 or from A7. I mean, okay, it's completely crazy. It might not be true. Yeah, it shouldn't be true. Okay.
Peter, maybe Rook B. Can we just try Rook B7 one time?
Yeah, Rook B7, play this over the board.
Okay, so B2, does White have Queen B3 there?
Yeah.
Because you don't have Queen D1 check.
Yeah, that's a nice one. I mean, okay, now you make sure that the B2 pawn is falling. If Black takes on B7, A B7, Queen B8, Queen takes B2, it's just matter of time till you do this. And that's it, yeah.
And Rook B7 on the board. Is there any other move except B2 here? I don't see it. Rook A8 also doesn't help, right? Rook A8, does that keep the game alive? Then you go A7.
Then I go A7, yeah, exactly, because with the Rook on B7, also Black is in like a mating net, yeah, A7, and then after B2, I go, for example, with something like Queen E4, covering the B1 square, controlling the H7, and then something of a back rank checkmate will also appear. I mean, Daniel down to less than 2 minutes on the clock. And what kind of defense do you come up with here?
No kind of defense, and the evaluation bar confirms that this is just completely lost for Black. Rook B7, B2, Queen B3 is the threat. White is currently threatening to go A7 as well as picking up the B3 pawn. I don't see a move for Black here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean...
And down to a minute.
Yeah, I mean, these are the positions that you can even have 2 hours on your clock. It will not help. So it is not so dramatic. Rook B7. Actually, a very nice performance by Maxim in this very last game. I mean, here in the very last game, we see why Maxim is Maxim. Yeah, so far in the match, we haven't really seen his true face.
Completely agree with that. I think this was just one of the more sensible games of this entire match, starting from their set 1 as well. And we see Daniel now just completely distraught, but it is too late to do anything in this position.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, he goes Rook A8. I mean, what else? There was simply nothing else, but...
And now there's Rook A7, but also there is this option of putting threatening mate with, but I think A7 just makes, A7 just makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, of course, A7, you make sure that black is paralyzed, but I understand what you wanted to mean, that you can threaten the G7 pawn as well. I mean, combining all this Rook B8 threat, plus you have things under control against the B pawn, weakness on G7, there are just no scenarios.
Yeah, I was just going to say that again, the move queen b3 can appear because you also you don't even give up your a7 pawn. Of course, you don't give up your a7 pawn. Rook b8 threat, queen b2 threat, and you keep the most important pawn on the board alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, this is the dream scenario during the game. Yeah, when you have the 7th rank active rook, black king is in terrible problems on the 8th rank. Rook on a8 is passive, you have the damaged pawn structure, and your b2 pawn doesn't do anything because, okay, white has total control of the b file. Yeah, then he goes queen d2. He tries to, go for some queen c1, queen f4 check, kind of desperate counterplay, but I mean, it's white to move. That's the only problem, and white will give a checkmate. Yeah, queen e6 check.
So king h7 runs into queen f5, g6, queen f7 mate. So he has to go up with the king, and you can even just take on e5 then. For example, king g5, there's queen e5 check. And then you empty and then you can just repeat, for example, king g6, you come back. Is this on the board?
Yeah, this is on the board, yeah.
And now if you come up,
rook b5 check.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, this is and that's it.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Wow, I mean, if we look at the last game, we say that, wow, what a performance from Maxim, deserved victory for the 3rd place. But looking the whole match and knowing what has happened, it's definitely a big heartbreak for Daniil. I mean, all those missed opportunities, all those missed chances. Certainly, it was not an ideal match chess-wise, but it had been incredibly entertaining.
And there we saw a very happy photograph of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Well, definitely reasons to be happy today. He finished 3rd in the Airthings Masters, garnered up more tour points. But I'm sure there is a feeling of disappointment, yet it feels like a bit of consolation for these world-class players, of course, when they got knocked out of the semi-finals. A completely crazy, wild match between these two, where we saw games that were so up and down. One player was winning, the other player won in the end. But this last game, a Frenchman masterpiece right here, Peter. And with that, Daniil Dubov finishes 4th, while Maxime Vachier-Lagrave finishes 3rd. And who can forget, Maxime barely made it into the quarterfinals. Considering that scenario, I think it's still been a very successful event for Maxime. Let's not forget, just a few days ago, nobody would have even said that he was going to make it into the quarterfinals. Till the very last moment, he needed a lot of luck his way, not just his own game, not just to win with the black pieces against Alexander Grischuk in that last round of the preliminaries, but needed several results to go his way. He managed to do that. Then he won in the quarterfinals and eventually finished 3rd. I think, Peter, disappointing. Yes, he didn't qualify into the finals, but when we look at the whole tournament, Maxime has quite a bit to celebrate.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, the 3rd place is a fantastic result in this tournament. Yeah, we are talking about disappointment that all the players who reached the semifinals want to get to the final. Already reaching the semifinal is an incredible achievement in this field. And yes, I remember during the preliminaries, I mean, we have been, saying goodbye to Maxime quite frequently. I mean, it looked like he's in a must-win situation there against Anish in the first game of the last day. He lost that game. After that, I mean, who would have ever thought that he will be still in the contention of winning the event? Finally, not winning it, but grabbing the bronze medal, the 3rd place. A great achievement for Daniil Dubov. Yeah, looking back, I mean, he will be really disappointed the way things turned out in this fight for the 3rd place, because all those chances to seal the match, I mean, I don't think that you really get even half of those opportunities usually. And nevertheless, he was coming back. Also, the 3rd game today, he won with the white pieces in a very nice style. So yeah, it was an incredible fight, but lot of missed opportunities by Daniil.
And huge missed opportunity, especially in set 1, where he took the lead in the first 2 games and needing just a draw in the next 2 games. Maxime won both those games and managed to tie the match. Definitely a disappointment. And when that happens, also it's I think it plays a psychological role as well. In any case, it was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave who managed to hold his own. I think for Daniel, yes, especially after that big quarterfinal sensational match against Magnus, he must be very disappointed with the way things have gone. But these are champions. These are players, they're professional players, and I have no doubt that when they're back on our tour, it is going to be just them in at their very best. Let's bring our final standings up. And there we have it. Temur Rajabov, the winner of the first major of the Champions Chess Tour, the Airthings Masters, goes back with $65,000. I think that's his total earning, and these are his tour points. Most importantly, he of course has won $60,000 for this win in the first major, but these are the total earnings of the players so far in the tour. This is the second event, the first major. The big news is, of course, that we have our first finalist for the grand final in September. And that also reminds me that if things go according to plan and travel plans and everything goes well for us, the final will take place in San Francisco in September in the headquarters of our new title partners, Meltwater. From now on, the Champions Chess Tour is the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. They are the front runner in media and marketing, data analytics, and it is a partnership that Chess24 and Play Magnus Group is extremely proud, and we as chess fans cannot wait to see where that goes. And of course, we also have, Peter, the voting. The audience votes that brings back one player into the Champions Chess Tour. So let's take a look at how that went. And this is what all of you made happen. It is Ding Liren who we will be seeing back into the tour. He is the winner of the wildcard through the premium member vote. And we see that was a very, very close fight between Sasha, between Peter, Ding Liren, Anish Giri. Well, I have no doubt these other players will also be back on the tour with us. We've got 8 more events coming up, and this was the first major. So we've got 2 more majors as well as 5 regular events before the grand final. And of course, you will always, for every event, you will have the power to vote for a player back into the event. So consider going premium if you haven't already. You have missed out on 2 tournaments, but there are still 8 more to go. There are a lot of activities and side events coming up. And if you want to support the Champions Chess Tour, everything that Chess24 is putting out, for all of us to enjoy these world-class players coming together and giving us this entertaining chess, consider going premium with the 40% off. Peter, it's been such an exciting event. I have to say that, we commented on the Skilling Open, which was also just left us breathless with Wesley So winning the event. But this one, especially after the quarterfinals, having the favorites knocked out at that stage, having these 4 fresh names take on, and the power performance by Rajabov, an incredible tournament. I want to ask you, what were your favorite moments from this event, from this entire event?
Well, definitely at the end, it got very, very exciting. The quarterfinals was a very big highlight. The last day of the preliminaries had been an incredible highlight. There was a moment, suddenly a concern on day 2 of the preliminaries, when we have seen all those relatively quiet draws between the players, that was like a huge difference compared to the Skilling Open. But later on, what we have witnessed at the end of the tournament, I think we are all very, very satisfied. We got a lot of excitement. Definitely, Daniel Dubov kicking out Magnus Carlsen, that was like the big sensation of the tournament. But also we have been seeing Levon Aronyan knocking out Hikaru Nakamura with a very powerful performance. We had that incredible, thrilling fight between Wesley So and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the quarterfinals, which ended in an Armageddon. There was this incredible match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Temur Rajabov, which also went down to the Armageddon. And in fact, Jan had the chance of knocking out Temur Rajabov in the quarterfinals, having the advantage in the playoff, in the blitz game. And Rajabov came back from playing the line E4 B6 with black in a game that he had to win. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Jan Nepomniachtchi is very disappointed right now, and looking back that finally later on Radjabov dominated the event and he had it in his hands to knock out the future champion of the event. This also shows that how close all these fights are. A lot of tension everywhere. And yes, finally there are always the winners that we remember, but actually all these players together made it to such a fantastic event that we will remember and cherish when we think back of all the action that we have witnessed.
I couldn't agree more with you, Peter. Very, very dramatic event for an iconic tour. Let's take a look at our schedule of the tour, because we do have that with us, and we know that the Skilling Open won by Wesley. So another very dramatic event where we saw in the finals Wesley beat the world champion, the Airthings Masters. The winner is Radjabov, and that is what everybody is going to be talking about. Not just winning the event, but just the way he did it, just his style of play, just completely calm, in control, never in doubt in any moment where it felt like, is he going to make it or not? Just that final and that semi-final performance blew our mind. The $200,000 Airthings Masters comes to a close. Our third event starts on 6th of February, and we saw that our audience has voted back Ding Liren into that event, the second major. So it's only the major winners who qualify for the grand final, as you can see, which will take place in September. A total of 6 regular events, 3 major events, and 1 final. 10 tournaments make up the Meltwater Champions chess tour. Peter, Radjabov also has a huge Indian fan following. He's been streaming a lot, and I know there's massive support from him, from the Indian fans as well. And I know that we're still waiting for him to join us. There are, of course, so many interviews that he has to give. Give me your insight and tell me a little bit about how you felt, because for me, what was most impressive was just how easy Radjabov made it look. Did you have that feeling as well?
Well, I mean, I think if we will have him here, we will ask him, and definitely he will tell you, no, it was an incredible tense and very, very tough final. Definitely, I mean, when you look at the scoreboard, it looks like it was a smooth ride. As chess players, we know that it's never the whole picture. Just one game, which was like a scary game, goes wrong, and things could have turned out completely differently. I think that's also one of the big strengths of the top players, that they are very objective. They understand exactly that in order to win such matches, you have those scary moments. It's going to be very, very tough. It's never going to be easy. And I think the point was that he was having very good nerves. I mean, he was controlling his nerves throughout this very, very important semifinals and final, because that was maybe the key to success. Levon maybe felt too much pressure. He also felt, that Radjabov was very solid, so he has to create his chances by force. And Radjabov was the one who was, taking less risk, but having things under control. And this probably helped him also. Very, very interesting. I mean, very hard to speculate. It was a very intense fight. Will be nice to hear his opinion, and then we can speculate more.
Absolutely. And let's not forget just the way he handled Daniel Dubov in the semifinals so convincingly. I mean, just wrapping up set 2 in 2 games. The player who had just beaten the world champion, and to all of us, it looked like, I remember the polls as well that we had. All of us felt that Daniel was a big favorite going into that match, especially after his spectacular performance in the quarterfinals. But Raja really never gave him any chance at all. Overall, for me, I just felt that having Levon and Raja fight in the finals, these were our 2 best players, the 2 most consistent players throughout the Airthings Masters. Now, Peter, the other big thing has, of course, been Magnus's form, the world champion's form, which a lot of our audience, we as well, have been discussing and talking about. Both Magnus and Hikaru Nakamura, considered the 2 best players in these formats, got knocked out. Very, I would say, not exactly the kind of fight that you expect to happen. Hikaru, I remember, went down to Levon. There was no Armageddon in that match. There was no Armageddon. There was no blitz tiebreak in the match Magnus Daniel Dubov. both these players who qualified into the semis made it look very easy against these two absolute legends. What do you make of that, about this difficult time that Magnus has been having, and the next event is soon. Are we expecting the world champion to bounce back?
Well, definitely. I mean, whenever we see Magnus in action, we expect him to win. And maybe this is also putting too much pressure on him, yeah, that he feels that whenever he plays, he has to win on demand because everything else is like a disappointment. I would say that, he did got knocked out by Daniel. On the other hand, showing his class, he has won the preliminaries. And he has won both preliminaries. I mean, it shows incredible class. We have been seeing that all these preliminaries have been very, very close. The main aim was to qualify, but actually I also studied the tour system, and I understood that we are actually slightly misinforming the audience by thinking that the preliminaries, at least that's what I feel I was doing, that the main aim is to qualify and then you take it from the knockout. But after studying now the regulation, I realized that there are extra points given for winning the preliminaries. So in fact, by losing in the quarterfinal, Magnus got knocked out, but he nevertheless won 20 very important tour points for the overall standing. And in order to qualify for the finals, and even the players are carrying those points with them to the tour finals. So this is now a completely new dynamic to the tour, and in fact adds to drama. And I wonder, that maybe the players, because we also didn't adjust yet completely to this new situation. Now that we had one regular event, now we have the major, we are finally settling in and understanding all the finesses of this whole Champions Chess Tour that we are witnessing now.
Right. And also, I'm sorry, I'm having some internet issues on my end. Well, we do have an update. I think Raja is just giving other interviews, and you can definitely check out his interview with Kaya on our English broadcast. So have a look at that. Not really sure if he's going to be joining us for now, but of course, Peter, like you pointed out, that a very big thing, he qualifies into the grand final, and there are 3 events. There are 3 majors. Each of the winner of these majors goes into the final, as well as the player with the maximum tour points finds himself as the 4th spot into the grand final. The show, we're about to wrap it up, Peter, but no tournament and no event is complete without thanking our sponsors, because without them, we would not have this display of the chess that we are seeing, of this absolutely the top level, highest level chess that we're witnessing. So once again, a big thank you to our sponsors, the Airthings, who have been giving us all the air quality data on our players and telling us whether the air they're breathing is actually affecting the play. I'm very interested to know how Rajabov's quality of air was, but maybe we'll get data on that in a bit. Besides that, of course, the official browser of the tour is Opera. Now, whether you're on your desktops or your phones, definitely remember to use Opera. That's where you have the entire immersive experience of the Champions Chess Tour. It's a very innovative browser, refreshing the world of browsing just the way the Champions Chess Tour is refreshing the chess world. And with that, Peter, it's a wrap from us, and another shout out to our audience who's been joining us. Thank you so much. Everything that Chess24 does, this tour put together by the Play Magnus Group and Chess24 and all the sponsors combined, it is all of you make that possible. So thank you so much, and do consider supporting the tour and supporting chess, also improving your own chess by going premium using a 40% off using the code CCT40. And with that, Peter, it's a wrap for me. It's been an absolute pleasure commenting with you. I want to thank you as well as our producer, Soteris. It's been an incredible show doing this, having the front row to some world-class chess.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. Also, thank you, Tania, so much for your enthusiasm and all this love, passion that you are bringing. It's great fun commenting with you. Soteris in the background is helping us a lot. I mean, nobody is seeing him, but without him, the show would be simply not the same. So big thank you for all the sponsors, for all the chess lovers, and we hope to see you back in the next Champions Chess Tour, which will be already called the Meltwater Chess Tour. So yeah, fantastic developments, incredible tensions, and thank you for the whole team, for the sponsors, for spectators once again. A wrap up for me as well. All the best. See you next time.
See you next time. We'll be back in February.
Freedom! So fresh, so new. Freedom! It's all for you. All for you. Freedom! Keep your ear to the ground. Talking about freedom! It's the best show in town. Best show in town. Freedom!